Tonight, the Red Sox turn to Josh Beckett here in Arlington for the third game of the series. Live from America's Field in Arlington, we take a look at Josh Beckett, who gets ready for his Boston Red Sox debut, the finale of the series between the Red Sox and the Rangers. Hi, everybody. I'm Don Orsillo. Welcome to Red Sox Baseball, the finale of this series and the long-awaited first start for Josh Beckett. Certainly an extremely exciting pitcher and one that everyone's waiting to see pitch tonight. A guy who's notoriously a fast starter. As we take a look at some of his April numbers, 8 wins in his career in April, the second most of any month in his career, as he had 10 in September over the course of his career. A 1.36 earned run average in April, 5th best in the National League, and the 4 wins, second most last year in the National League, only to Dontrell Willis of the Florida Marlins, who had 5 victories in the month. As we welcome in Jerry Remy. Jerry, certainly everybody waiting to see Josh Beckett go tonight.
Well, I agree, Don. I think Red Sox fans have been looking forward to this start as much as they were the Kurt Schilling start on opening day, and certainly I have been. You know, when you look at Josh Beckett, here's a guy that's very young, only 25 years old, but a lot of experience behind him, including postseason play, including World Series play. So he is not afraid. There's no question about that. He comes out of Florida, where there's absolutely no attention, into a place where there's plenty of attention in Boston, and I think he's ready for it. There's been no indication of any blister problems so far, no indication of arm problems that he might have had at the end of last season. He had an excellent spring, and one thing you got to notice about him, he is competitive. He loves to be out on the mound and play. He's not intimidated by anybody. He'll take it to the opponent verbally from the bench. We've seen him get excited on plays at the plate where they've cut some guys down. So, I mean, you're going to enjoy watching this guy pitch because he has passion. He loves it. You know, one thing Terry Francona said yesterday, this guy does not just want to be good. He wants to be great. Well, tonight he has his first chance to be great in a Red Sox uniform.
And a chance for the Red Sox to win this first series of the year. We have it for you from Ameriquest Field in Arlington, next on Nesson.
Look at this super microfiber sofa, and it's just $4.99.
And it's only $4.99. Bob's got something nice. I'm worth a whole lot more.
What are you squawking about? Bob's also selling me for $4.99, and I'm better than you.
Says you.
I'm the most sensual. And in a hoity-toity store, I would sell for at least twice $4.99. But I'd be happy in a nice home with a nice family.
You're
I
right.
guess so.
3 sofas, one magical price, only $4.99 each.
You're one sick puppy.
The all-new Dodge Caliber. It's anything but cute.
Come here, guys. Look at our field. We can't play here.
We can fix this.
This spring, kids have the power to revitalize their baseball field and make a real difference in their community. Now through April 30th, kids can nominate their field at BriggsDiamondsInTheRough.com. The grand prize is a $20,000 makeover and a baseball clinic hosted by Hall of Famers Lou Brock and Carlton Fisk. Briggs & Stratton, the power within.
Red Sox Baseball on Nesson is brought to you by Southwest Airlines, by New England Subaru Dealers, by Foxwoods Resort Casino, by New England Dodge Dealers, by Sovereign Bank, the official bank of the Red Sox Cable Network, and by your New England Toyota dealers. Well, welcome back to Ameriquest Field for the final game of this 3-game series between the Red Sox and the Texas Rangers. The Rangers have taken the field in their home blue jerseys tonight, led by their starter Kameron Lowe. As we take a look at the starting 9 tonight for the Red Sox, the Red Sox lineup is brought to you by your New England Dodge dealers. Coco Crisp leads it off in center field. Mark Loretta at second base. David Ortiz, a designated hitter with Manny Ramirez in left field. Trot Nixon in right field. Jason Varitek back in there tonight doing the catching. With Mike Lowell at third base. JT Snow getting his first start in a Red Sox uniform, bats 8th. Alex Gonzalez bats 9th at shortstop as the Red Sox go up against Kameron Lowe. Gets the start for the Rangers.
And Kameron Lowe coming off a very good rookie season where he was 9-6 on the season with a 3.56 ERA. Actually moved into the rotation late in the year and pitched very well. He's only faced the Red Sox twice. Both of those times were out of the bullpen. You see the numbers among American League rookies a year ago. The Texas defense is brought to you by New England Toyota dealers. They have not made an error in either game that's been played this season. It'll be Hank Blaylock at third base, Michael Young, the shortstop, D'Angelo Jimenez at second, and Mark Teixeira, the first baseman. Left to right, Brad Wilkerson, Lance Nix, and Kevin Mench. Once again, Rod Barajas behind the plate, catching Kameron Lowe.
And the umpiring crew, Bruce Dreckman has the plate tonight. Ed Hickox at first base, Gary Darling at second base, and Larry Poncino is the umpire at third. Where available, this telecast can be heard in Spanish by selecting the SAP button on your television remote. Enjoy the game.
Buenas noches, amigos.
Well, big, tall Kameron Lowe on the mound tonight for the Texas Rangers as Coco Crisp stands in on the left side. And the first pitch of this one is in there for strike one to Crisp.
One thing that Kameron Lowe has worked on this spring is a changeup to use against left-handed hitters. He had some problems with lefties last year, and he feels the changeup has helped him with an additional pitch against left-handers.
Coco Crisp 4 for 10 so far in the early going. And if there was one highlight from last night's ball game, it had to be Coco Crisp and what was a tough game for the Red Sox. The silver lining was a great game for Crisp, who was 3 for 5 with a double and scored a couple of runs here last night. Scored a pair of runs in each of his first 2 games as a member of the Red Sox. And in the very early going, leads the American League with the 4 runs scored right out of the gate.
Now, those who see a lot of games in this ballpark tell me that when the wind's blowing the way it is tonight, and it's blowing in very strong from right field, that the ball really carries from home plate.
This ballpark doesn't need any help in that category, that's for sure. As Chris takes a strike over the inside corner. It's a full count now. Kameron Lowe, 6'7", 240 pounds, from Simi Valley, California. On the ground sharply, but right at Mark Teixeira at first base for the first out of the ball game. The Gold Glove first baseman Mark Teixeira retires Coco Crisp.
There's really only 4 guys in this lineup tonight that have faced Kameron Lowe. David Ortiz, Manny Ramirez, Varitek, and Lowell. This will be the first look for Loretta against Kameron Lowe.
Loretta dropping the bunt down, but it'll go foul down the third baseline.
That's exactly, Don, what you want to do, too. Try to place it right down the line. If it doesn't stay on the line, let it go foul. Then you have another chance.
They have the lines here right up against the grass down the first and third base lines, and Loretta goes foul this time.
I was down in that field today, too, and it's kind of tilted toward the foul lines. I noticed that even at third base, the level of the dirt seems to be a bit higher than what the grass is. Very, very different.
In the corner to Loretta, and it's 0-2. Mark had a good start to his Red Sox career. He stroked an RBI double to right center field in the 5th inning of the opening day, scoring Coco Crisp in his Red Sox debut on Monday here in Texas.
Yeah, the top 3 guys in the Red Sox order have been very productive. Chris coming into the game at 400, Loretta at 300, and Ortiz at 500.
And he really, with only the slow start, 4 strikeouts through the first 2 games, as Loretta sends one down the left field line in for a hit. Wilkerson over to play it quickly. Loretta with a wide turn at first, but Wilkerson got it back in very quickly, and it's a 1-out single for Mark Loretta.
Now, one thing Loretta can do is use the whole ballpark. You know, if you pitch him away, he can go to the opposite field. If you pitch him in, he's quick enough to take that sinker and turn it around and put it down that left field line. Loretta not blessed with great speed. He was thinking about to, but a good job by Wilkerson to get over there and get it quickly back in.
So 1 out, 1 on, and here's Big Papi. The Red Sox designated hitter 4 for 8 out of the gate with a home run, 4 runs batted in. A swing and a miss for Ortiz.
And of course they have the shift on. The difference here is the second baseman Jimenez cannot go back on the grass deep because it's a double play situation. He has to stay a little bit more shallow. If he's back deep, they're not going to be able to turn a double play on a ground ball to him.
Hit hard, but right at Teixeira. Sends it to second for 1, back to first, the double play. 3-6-3 on the inning-ending double play. The Red Sox gone in the first. The Rangers coming up.
What's here to do in Philly? Oh, boy.
Well, I guess they want to come over and see the Liberty Bell.
You got the Liberty Bell.
We have the Liberty Bell.
Pretzels.
The National Constitution Museum.
There's lots of theater, excellent restaurants.
Well, there's a lot of culture here.
It's like a baby New York.
For me, it's the
cheesesteak.
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 Now there's another great reason to go to Philly. You can fly there nonstop for just $59 on a Southwest Airlines fun fare.
I love Philadelphia.
You are now free to move about the country.
Take a look at these great Sullivan tire deals.
Okay, team, we're going to change 4.
Stop in for the Goodyear Change 4 tire sale.
3, 2, you're here.
You can get up to a $40 cash card with the purchase of 4 selected Goodyear tires, including the Assurance and Forterra, featuring triple tread technology. Plus, ask how you can double your rebate on qualifying purchases.
For the best tire deals, come to Sullivan Tire. We're always here to get you there.
Everybody has certified pre-owned cars, but nobody has certified pre-owned BMWs like BMW of Peabody. We follow BMW's strict 100-point checklist. Then we add a few of our own. If a BMW meets our CPO standards, it's off to our spa. A final few items get checked off, and then and only then is it ready for you. BMW of Peabody, Route 114 in Peabody. BMWpeabody.com. Special lease and retail finance options are available from BMW Financial Services.
Back in Texas, where the Red Sox did not score in the first, the Rangers coming up in the bottom of the first, and the Texas lineup is brought to you by Rico. Brad Wilkerson leads it off in left field. Michael Young at shortstop. Mark Teixeira at first base, with Phil Nevin in the cleanup spot again tonight. The DH Hank Blaylock at third. Kevin Mench in right. Angelo Jimenez gets the start at second base. Rod Barajas does the catching. And Lance Nix in center field bats ninth. The Red Sox debut for Josh Beckett.
And coming off his finest Major League season, finishing 15-8 with a 3.38 ERA a year ago. Beckett 41-34 in his Major League career, making his first appearance ever against the Texas Rangers. 8.9 strikeouts per 9 innings, a .234 career opponent's batting average against Beckett. The Red Sox defense is brought to you by your Boston area Lexus dealers. They have not made an error in their 2 games. It's Mike Lowell, Alex Gonzalez, Mark Loretta, JT Snow in the infield, Ramirez, Chris Nixon in the outfield, and Jason Veritek doing the catching for Beckett.
Here's Brad Wilkerson to lead it off. Wilkerson 3 for 9 so far in the season, with a home run and a run batted in. That's it hard, and by the dive of JT Snow into the right field corner. Wilkerson headed for 2 as Nixon digs it out. But a double for Brad Wilkerson to begin the evening.
Wilkerson turns around a 95-mile-an-hour fastball from Beckett. Wilkinson's had pretty good success against Beckett, a couple of career home runs, and he turns that fastball around and gets it quickly by the dive of JT Snow for the leadoff double.
So his first double of 2006 for Brad Wilkerson. And it brings up Michael Young. Young, the batting champion last year, off to a 2-for-8 start this season. And after a slow start, going 0-for-6 to begin the season, had hits in each of his last 2 at-bats in last night's win for the Rangers. And we got more of a look at their offensive attack here last night in Game 2 of the series. In the dirt, kicks off Veritek, trying for third is Wilkerson. The throw not in time. It kicked off Veritek and went high in the air, and to third base goes Wilkerson.
Now Beckett tries to snap off his first curveball, bounces it, and by the time Veritek can chase it down, Wilkerson at third base with no problem. Veritek actually plays that on a bounce, almost like a dribble. Beckett, of course, from Spring, Texas, which is not too far from Dallas. What, about a 4-hour drive, I think. And for those who have not seen him, 2 types of fastballs: cross seam, sinking fastball, curveball, and changeup.
The 1-1 will get in there for a strike over the inside corner. He's pretty big too. He's 6'5", 222 pounds. Josh Beckett, 25 years old. He'll turn 26 on May the 15th. Joining the Red Sox after spending his entire career in the Marlins organization. He was a second overall pick back in 1999. Fouled off to the right by Michael Young. Wilkerson double, got to third on a wild pitch. 90 feet away with nobody out here for the Texas Rangers in the last of the first inning.
It's like Beckett wants to throw the changeup.
This is away, and it evens up now at 2-2.
Shook off the fastball, shook off the curveball, and featured the changeup on the 1-2 count.
Grounds it left side deep to short. Gonzalez gets rid of it in a hurry and not in time, and a run scores. The Rangers take the 1-0 lead on the infield hit for Michael Young as Wilkerson scores, and the Rangers, who scored 4 times in the first inning last night, have struck for a run here early.
And of course, at this stage of the game, the infield playing back, and when Gonzalez makes this play, could never get planted. Almost turned over an ankle as he fell down, and then of course could not get much on the throw to first base.
Well, Alex had last night off after a fine start for the Red Sox on opening day. We saw Alex Cora in the lineup last night, but Gonzalez back in there today as Mark Teixeira takes a cut at the first offering from Beckett.
That was power against power. 96 on that fastball from Beckett. The big swing and no contact from Teixeira.
So Teixeira 2 for 7 in the early going. For a strike, and Beckett quickly ahead, 0-2. Much like Coco Crisp, the Red Sox have gotten a player who is young and getting better every season. Since breaking into the big leagues with the Marlins at the age of 21, Beckett has matched or improved his total number of wins, starts, innings pitched, and strikeouts in every season.
Because anybody that's followed Beckett since he's been in a Red Sox uniform, they've heard about the blister problems. And interesting, yesterday Francona was saying when he warms up prior to a game now, he warms up wearing a Band-Aid on that index finger So that's less pitches he has to make with that skin exposed.
And it has not been a problem all of spring training, which was certainly a good thing. They've tried some things to take care of that over the years, and nothing has seemed to work. But so far it has. This one dribbled to first. JT Snow will go to second for one, and a return throw to first base, and no chance to get to Shera. They do record the force out on Michael Young.
Of course, Red Sox fans remember Derek Lowe, who always had to battle those blister problems many times. He was out there and bleeding on the mound, and of course Beckett's had those same type of problems.
So one down to Shera at first base, and here's Phil Nevin. Nevin had a great night last night against Tim Wakefield, and a 3-run home run right out of the gate in the first inning last night. And got the Rangers off to the fast start on top 4-0 with his 3-run shot. He would knock in 2 more runs. And a 5 RBI night last night for Phil Nevin. To right center field, Coco Crisp is calling, and he makes the catch for the second out of the first inning. Time now for the Coors Coal Blast, and the first home run of the season for the cleanup hitter for the Texas Rangers, Phil Nevin, on Tim Wakefield, and the beginning of quite an offensive attack last night for the Texas Rangers. Nevin retired this time, and there's 2 outs in the bottom of the first inning. Here's Hank Blaylock. The shift on for Blaylock as Alex Gonzalez moves over to the right side of the infield for the Red Sox. Blaylock 3 for 8 so far. Hit a home run off Curt Schilling on opening day. A line drive up over the right field fence. This one ripped up the middle, but Gonzalez on the shift makes the diving stop, but is unable to get Blaylock. Well, the double pump from Gonzalez, who made the diving catch because he was positioned around the bag at second, but Blaylock able to reach.
Well, on the first play tonight, he almost turned an ankle over. On this play, he just bobbles the ball as he transfers to the throwing hand right there, and that's going to cost him at first base. JT Snow coming off the bag to make sure the ball doesn't get by him. Right there, the transfer from the glove to the throwing hand, he bobbles it, and of course the throw late at first base.
Pretty good play by JT Snow as well. That one gets by him in all kinds of trouble. And Gonzalez upset with himself as the inning now continues, and Kevin Mensch stands in for the Rangers. The infield hit for Blaylock, and 3 hits in the inning off Josh Beckett. So Shera at second base, Blaylock at first with 2 down in the inning, and a run in for the Rangers here in the bottom of the first. Oh, drops in there for a strike, 1-1. It's been well documented. Josh Beckett, at 23 years of age, named the MVP of the Marlins' 2003 World Series victory over the Yankees. A complete game 5 hitter on 3 days rest. For a 2-0 win in Game 6 of the World Series at Yankee Stadium as the Marlins wrapped up the World Championship. Going to miss, and it's 1-2.
Good sinking action on this fastball from Beckett.
Fouls it off to the right. Hangs tough at 1-2.
That's the hardest pitch he's thrown tonight. 97 on that last fastball. This ball up and away from Kevin Mention. 97, fouls it off.
In the dirt, knocked down by Veritek. 29 starts last year. Beckett allowed 12 first inning runs. And has allowed a run here in the first in his very first outing in a Red Sox uniform. Now the 2-2 to Mensch. Full count now. Let's have averaged a .234 batting average against Josh Beckett over the course of his career. And it's identical numbers for both left-handed and right-handed batters. Everybody hitting a .234. See D'Angelo Jimenez waiting on deck, the only change in the Texas lineup tonight. Mensch hits a fly ball to right. Nixon has it sized up. And Beckett gets out of any further trouble. The Rangers do get to him for a run. Texas on top 1-0.
This is the Ford Explorer, totally redesigned for comfort and control, with the most standard safety features in its class and a new engine that delivers more horsepower and better fuel economy. All wrapped around an interior that's more flexible than ever before, so it's not only safer, more comfortable, and more powerful. It's the best Explorer ever. Get into an Explorer Eddie Bauer 4x4 for just $299 a month, plus we'll match your down payment on the best-selling SUV 14 years in a row, only at your local Ford store.
Attention passengers. We are currently experiencing delays. We apologize for the inconvenience.
At the end of a long, hot day, grab the beer that starts out cold and ends up refreshing. Coors Light. Taste the cold.
Boston Red Sox early season coverage.
Strike three call.
Boston Bruins action. When your teams play at the same time, check out Red Sox baseball as always on Nesson. And catch any same-time Nesson Bruins game coverage on an alternate channel.
Bergeron, what a move! Bergeron scores!
Same coverage, same time. For alternate channel information, log on to Nesson.com.
Fans, what if for just one day you could enjoy all the amenities that come with sitting in a private suite? Some Red Sox suites are available on a single game basis, including super special deals for Easter Sunday. For more information, call 877-RED-SOX-9 today.
Well, the Rangers on top 1-0 as they get to Josh Beckett in his Red Sox debut for a run in the first. Manny Ramirez, Trot Nixon, and Jason Veritek expected in the second inning. And Monroe got a double play grounded into by David Ortiz to end last inning as Mark Loretta was able to get the first hit of the night for the Red Sox. Manny with a tough night last night, 0 for 4, 3 strikeouts. And 1 for 8 to begin the season.
They did a good job last night mixing the fastball of Manny in and out, and most of the outs were on pitches away from Ramirez. First 2 pitches tonight, kind of a 3-quarter delivery, a moving fastball into Manny.
Vicente Padilla lived on the outside. Manny this time grounds it to shortstop. Michael Young on the backhand. A good strong throw to first base to get Ramirez.
How about that throw right over the top from Michael Young, and a seed to first base to Mark Teixeira. to the backhand and right over the top.
One down for Trot Nixon. 2 for 7 in the early going with an RBI. Kameron Lowe 9-6 last year, 48 overall appearances, 8 starts, and a 3.42 earned run average last season with the Rangers. Chop towards Jimenez at second base, who throws out Nixon, 2 down.
Well, how things change for young pitchers. Last year, most of the time for Kameron Lowe out of the bullpen, he got some starts and did very, very well at the end of the year, which kind of locked him into a position in the starting rotation for 2006.
He was recalled last year on May 6th from Oklahoma, beginning the year at AAA. And quickly became a big part of this Texas Rangers team. Mentioned in 48 games overall last year. Look at his 8 starts from last year. Overall 9-6, but 4-2 as a starter with an ERA under 3. That's something the Rangers have had trouble finding. Has been a pretty reliable starter over the last few years, and they're hopeful that the new pitchers they brought in this season, Kevin Millwood and Vicente Padilla, and Adam Eaton comes back, will change that. But high hopes for Kameron Lowe as well.
And they've tried a lot of them too, haven't they? They have had a number of guys in and out of that starting rotation.
Chan-Ho Park was one of the bigger disappointments for them. They thought they were getting a very good pitcher.
Yeah, that was a big time bust.
Disaster. Buck Showalter at the helm. Very tough division for the Rangers, even with all the offense they have.
And there's that changeup we were talking about that he worked on in spring training. And, you know, it's a 3-1 count to Veritek, so you figure you're going to get fastball. Instead, he gets a changeup. Now, it's not that slow. It's about 85, but still enough off speed to fool Jason on the 3-1 count.
Veritek, of course, getting the start on opening day, had yesterday off and drove in Boston's first 2 runs of the season in the 4th inning, and he doubled on Monday. It's part of a 2-for-4 day in his first game of the season, and he draws a 2-out walk this time. Well, Jerry, talking about the starting rotation, and this does not include Adam Eaton, who's going to miss the first 2 to 3 months of the season, but drastically different. And of course, Pedro Stasio, formerly of the Red Sox, one of the guys they went to last year. And Buck Showalter hoping that the new crew will have a new result for these Texas Rangers this season, because the offense is certainly not their problem, but their pitching has been.
Well, it's been a problem for them for a long time, and what they're doing now is they're making a lot of deals trying to get young pitching talent in the organization. That's what they did in the DeLucci deal. So they're trying to get their pitching set up for years to come. That has been ignored down here for a long time.
It's always been a case with the Rangers where they're going to score a ton of runs, but they're going to give up a lot of runs.
Yeah, and then, you know, when they've gone out to get somebody, they've overpaid for that person, and it really hasn't panned out, as Chan-Ho Park is a great example of that.
Their young general manager, John Daniels, trying to turn some things around here. He's just 28 years old. As we know, don't let age fool you. Young general managers have had success most recently. That's success for Theo Epstein 2 years ago. One shot left side to Young. Throws to second for the force out. That ends the inning. 1-0 Texas after an inning and a half.
Everyone talks about how long their truck will last. When we build a truck, we think way down the road. Toyota Tundra has been factory tested to survive years of abuse. That's why day in, day out, through the worst of the elements and all the rigors of time, nothing stops a Tundra. Toyota, moving forward. Toyota Tundra, best-in-class residual value 5 years running.
I just got Verizon DSL service instead of cable, and I'm glad I got it.
It makes file sharing just fabulous. Boom.
So all you do is click, you drag the photo in, you send it.
The DSL thing has got me flying.
Verizon Online DSL is way faster than dial-up, and it's as low as $14.95 a month. Plus, it comes with everything to keep your computer safe.
Now you get pop-up blockers,
Firewall, an antivirus thing.
and parental controls.
I'm loving it. I'm saving a ton of money.
I had a lot of choices.
But I want Verizon DSL.
What could be better than a free checking account? How about one that pays you interest, like free interest checking from Sovereign Bank? It's an interest-bearing account with no minimum balance and no monthly maintenance fee. You get free standard checks, free online banking with bill pay, and a Sovereign Visa check card or ATM card with no annual or monthly fee. Plus, there's no fee to use other banks' ATMs. It doesn't get much better than that. Free interest checking. The name says it all. Sovereign Bank.
Well, the Red Sox and Nesson's cameras will take you places no one else can. Join Don Orsillo every Sunday night at 10:30 for the Red Sox report from the clubhouse to the field to the community. Wherever the Sox go, we'll take you there on the Red Sox report, only on Nesson.
That's on to the last half of the second inning. D'Angelo Jimenez, Rod Barajas, and Lance Nix to bat in the bottom of the second inning. And then is the one change to the Texas Rangers lineup from the first two games. This has been well traveled for the Texas Rangers, his second season. And his fifth different organization. Originally coming up through the New York Yankees organization and a very big prospect at one point. Drops it towards first. JT Snow backing up, but he'll handle it alone for the first out of the inning. Let's check in with Tina Servacio. Tina?
Well, Don, as we watch Josh Beckett in his Red Sox debut, he may only be 25 years old, but has this intensity that dates back to when he was just a teenager. And pitching coach Al Nipper talked about that with me today.
He's very intense. He knows what he wants to do out on the mound, and he's an emotional type pitcher. But again, I said that he was very intense. He is. I think he's going to be very motivated for today's game. Being from here in Texas, he's probably going to have a lot of friends and family here in Texas at the game. So, and being the first start of the season for him and being in the new league on a new team, I think he's going to have no problem being up for this game tonight.
And as Jerry said earlier, Beckett's family and where he grew up is only 4 hours from here. So they are here in Arlington to watch his debut with the Red Sox. Don.
All right, Tina, thanks very much. They got to Beckett for a run in the first inning. He has the first out here in the second inning. And that's got to be good for him here pitching in Texas in his first outing in a Red Sox uniform. Some comfort there.
I don't know, Don. You know, maybe that works the other way. You know, you have the pressure of joining a new ball club. You're making your first start. And on top of that, you got your family here watching.
Maybe you'd rather do it in Seattle.
Yeah, exactly. And you make an excellent point about general managers, the young general managers.
Line to the left center field as Ramirez moves over to make the play on a hop. Barajas keeps that hot bat going. The Texas Rangers catcher aboard with one down. The fourth hit of the night for Texas.
Well, Barajas has now faced Beckett 3 times. He is 3 for 3 against him with a home run. He's had a heck of a series here against the Red Sox. Highly underrated as an offensive catcher.
One out, one on. Lance Nix, 0 for 8 to begin the year, the center fielder for the Rangers. It spins him out of the way. That's Nix on an opening day roster for the second time in his career. Also the Rangers starting center fielder in 2004. Last year he began the year in the minor leagues for Texas in an injury-plagued season for him. Ended up having surgery on both shoulders during this past offseason. In the air to right field. And Nixon with plenty of room there to make the catch for the second out of the inning.
Now Lance Nix has struggled, has not had a hit yet on the season. Moved to the 9th spot in the batting order, but you know, you can imagine the rehab work he had to put in the offseason with, as you mentioned, Don, surgery on both shoulders. I mean, that's pretty rough.
Two down and back up to the top of the order as Beckett will go second time through this Rangers order. Brad Wilkerson had a double off him in the first and came around to score the first run of the night. Wilkerson coming to the Rangers from the Washington Nationals as part of the Alfonso Soriano deal. Wilkerson getting his first home run of the season here last night as part of the offensive attack for the Texas Rangers. This one was off Lenny DiNardo. First home run and first RBI of the season for Wilkerson. Guys one down the left field line. Ramirez on the move, so are Gonzalez and Lowell, but it's back into the seats. Two and two now to Wilkerson. Rod Barajas, who had singled to left, still at first base with two down here in the last half of the second inning. Wilkerson's the only active player to hit for the cycle twice in his career. Did it last season and back in 2003.
A very good curveball there from Beckett, and Wilkerson just getting a piece of it to have another chance. Beckett's really done a pretty good job mixing up all his pitches, his fastball, his curveball, his two-seam fastball, a couple of change-ups.
Swing and a miss, and for Beckett, his first strikeout in a Red Sox uniform. It ends the bottom of the second inning. Rangers on top 1-0.
Came to spend some time together, reconnect.
Like when I met her, dice are hot.
Like the names they got.
Non-stop fun.
Isn't it about time for an upgrade? Take advantage of the Acura upgrade opportunity and experience satellite-linked voice-activated technology and special 2.9% APR financing.
Now, this here, that's the drain plug. It lets the oil drain out into the pan. Remember, she's got a lot of mileage on her, but one day she'll be all yours.
Help keep the family car in the family with Valvoline Max Life, the most technically superior high-mileage motor oil. It's specially formulated to recondition seals to help prevent leaks, helping your high-mileage engine run for a long, long time. For a limited time, try up to 5 quarts of Max Life free. Maximum value $16. Limit to first 100,000 rebates.
Tune in on Essen tomorrow night when the Bruins take on division rival Toronto. The Bees will be looking for redemption after the Leafs stole a shootout in their last meeting. Coverage starts at 6:30 with Granite City Electric's face-off with Eric Fried and the presentation of the 7th Player Award. Tune in early to find out which Bruin played above and beyond expectations this year. Tomorrow night at 6:30 on Nesson.
Ernie Banks on hand here at Arlington for this last game of the 3-game series.
Great day to play 2. That's what he was always say, Ernie Banks. Good day for 2. And of course, the opposing dugout would yell out, no, it's only a good day for 1.
Did you ever feel like it was a good day to play 2 in the course of your career?
No, not the type of player I was. If I could hit, maybe, yeah.
Well, Texas on top 1-0 as we head to the top half of the 3rd inning. JT Snow getting his first start in a Red Sox uniform, came into the game last night. And we look at his 2005 totals in his final 9th season as a member of the San Francisco Giants. Right back at the very tall Kameron Lowe. He needed all of that 6'7" frame, pulls it down and retires JT Snow for the first out of the 3rd.
Now you've got to bounce one pretty high to get it over the head of Kameron Lowe. As Don mentioned, very, very tall. Was in good position to make this play because it was not hit that hard. Reaches right up, didn't even have to jump for it. A couple of crow hop steps and the throw to first base.
One down for Alex Gonzalez. Alex started on opening day, had a 2-for-4 performance. And yesterday off as Alex Cora got the start. Alex Gonzalez in his final season with the Florida Marlins hit .264. Had 5 homers and 45 RBIs in 130 games. Last year, 2004 with the Marlins, when he hit 23 homers at 79 RBIs.
Now let's see if he can be patient on this 3-1 count. Kind of narrow that strike zone down from middle in.
Chop to 3rd and Blaylock. And 2 down, a tough throw that sent Teixeira almost into the runner, but Gonzalez is retired.
Each time the Red Sox win at Fenway Park, Hood donates $1,500 to children's hospitals throughout New England through the Hood Home Team Advantage charity program. It's another reason you can feel good about Hood.
Two down for Coco Crisp. Grounded out to first base his first time up. Coco with 3 hits in the ball game last night. In the air to left center field. Lance Nix over with Mensch. And it's Nix who makes the long running catch into left center field. 1, 2, 3 go the Red Sox in the top of the 3rd through 2.5. Rangers on top 1-0.
Introducing Dunkin' Donuts Turbo Hot. Coffee with a shot of real espresso to power you through the day.
Stop by and try our new Dunkin' Turbo Hot Coffee in one of our delicious flavor varieties.
Hey, Red Sox Nation. This season and every season, one network's all you'll need. Because every game's on Nessun, and every game's in HD. One nation, one network, Nessun. We've got your team and we've got the time. With a 1-hour pregame show and postgame coverage that keeps you in the game. Every Sox game's in HD, and every Sox game's on Nessun. One nation, one network. Can't catch your Sox in time? At midnight on game nights, tune in Red Sox in 2 and edit it down 2-hour replay of the Sox game. So keep track of your Sox around the clock with Red Sox in 2. Know the score before the game. Tune in. Olympia Sports presents the Boston Globe pregame report for analysis, player features, commentary, and more. Olympia Sports presents the Boston Globe pregame report 1 hour before game time on Nessun.
Red Sox Nation, make your citizenship official. Log on to RedSoxNation.com to become a 2006 member of Red Sox Nation. You receive discounts on merchandise, advanced online viewing of the Red Sox Report, MajorLeagueBaseball.com, game day audio, and much more. Visit RedSoxNation.com today for more information.
Well, Beckett into the bottom of the third inning. At his first strikeout in the Red Sox uniform to conclude the second inning as he struck out Brad Wilkerson. The Rangers got to him on 3 hits and a run in the first inning. Michael Young, Mark Teixeira, and Phil Nevin to bat here in the third. Meanwhile, the Red Sox have been stymied tonight by Kameron Lowe. Just 37 pitches through the first 3 innings, has allowed just 1 hit and a walk. He's been pretty good and retired the side in order in the top half of this inning. Gonzalez on the snow for the first out of the inning.
I noticed early in this game that Beckett is shaking off Varitek quite a bit. And, you know, to this point, Beckett knows probably better than Varitek how he wants to attack these hitters, his game plan.
Here's Mark Teixeira, reached on a fielder's choice in the first inning.
Good example right there. Varitek wanted it looked to be a curveball. It was not accepted by Beckett. He wanted the fastball and throws the fastball away. So this is a learning process for both guys. See Varitek put down the sign. Looks like the curveball, shakes it off. Now he wants to change up, shakes that off.
Shift on, it works out great right at Loretta in short right, who throws out Teixeira, 2 down. How much do you think this relationship was set back, if at all, with Jason Varitek away at the WBC?
I don't think much, Don, at all. You know, when you're working with a guy that's got experience like Beckett, you know, there's going to become a trust between both guys. It's going to take a while. Even in spring training, he probably would not have caught him that much. Maybe 2 more games? And that for maybe only 4 or 5 innings.
2 down for Phil Nevin. Flied out to center field his first time up.
Believe me, it won't take Varitek long to figure out what Beckett wants to do.
I guess I'm a little bit surprised that he's not more reliant on Varitek, just because Varitek's understanding of the American League.
Yeah, but you know something? I think he's done his work preparation-wise as far as these hitters go. He's had to watch him in 2 games. He's been talking to Schilling, and he knows his stuff right now better than Varitek does.
Check swing by Nevin, who fouls it off.
I mean, we've watched games where we haven't seen a pitcher shake off Jason 1 time. I mean, it's happened a lot here in the first couple of innings. Again, he didn't want the curveball. He doesn't want the changeup. He wants the fastball inside.
Very much on his own plan tonight, as this one is lifted down the right field line. Nixon headed over towards the seats, but it's well back into the crowd. 47 pitches so far tonight for Josh Beckett. He has just the one strikeout through 2 2/3 innings and has not walked anybody tonight.
Again, like you got 3 or 4 signs being thrown down. He threw every sign down there, and Beckett didn't agree to any of them. Let's see what he finally decides on. Fastball away, no. Changeup away. He wants the curveball. That's something. It's almost every time he's shaking off 1 or 2 of his pitches that's been called. So he's definitely out there pitching his game. Doesn't want the curveball. Wants the fastball away.
And it misses to make it 2-2. You mentioned Derek Lowe earlier. I remember Derek Lowe after his no-hitter saying that he never shook off Jason Varitek the entire day.
Well, Derek Lowe was a little bit easier because basically it was sinker after sinker after sinker, you know. We have agreement on a fastball away.
And a full count now to Phil Nevin. On deck, Hank Blaylock, 2 down here in the last half of the 3rd inning.
Fastball away again.
And they miss again. 3rd straight time, and the board on the first walk of the night is Phil Nevin. Red Sox baseball on Nesson is brought to you by your Lincoln Mercury dealers, by Olympia Sports, the official sporting goods retailer of the New England Sports Network, and by your local Infinity dealers. Well, the first walk of the night relinquished by Josh Beckett, a 2-out walk to Nevin. And here's Hank Blaylock with the shift on for the Red Sox, who take strike 1.
Big shift in the infield, but almost straight away in the outfield. Coco Chris shaded slightly toward the right field. Nixon very deep in right.
Blaylock in the hole, 0-2. Beckett with the 15 wins last year became just the 8th Marlins pitcher to win 15 games. Combined with Dontrell Willis, who had 22 wins, to become the 3rd pair of Florida teammates. Both reached 15 wins, joining Kevin Brown and Al Leiter, and Brown and Alex Fernandez prior to that. We'll check third. He did not go, says Larry Poncino.
Well, Marlins pitchers certainly have been in demand this offseason. Beckett coming by trade. A.J. Burnett, free agent, and starting the season on the disabled list with the Toronto Blue Jays.
The Blue Jays victorious in their opener. Getting a look at all the new parts that they have. They got a home run from Benji Molina. Saving the game was B.J. Ryan, and well, getting that first win out of the way. Two down here in the 3rd inning. Nevin at first, and the 2-2 to Hank Blaylock. Lined in the left field, a base hit. So they had the shift on. He ends up taking it to the outfield the opposite way, and Blaylock is 2 for 2 tonight.
Now, you know, usually when you see a shift like that, it's because when he hits the ball on the ground, he pulls it. But if he goes in the air, it's usually, you know, it'll be a line drive to the opposite field like that, and that's why you see Manny pretty much straight up in left field. That's a 97-mile-an-hour fastball that he takes the other way for a base hit. That's a tough pitch to pull.
Well, the breakdown of where his outfield hits go: 40 to left, and pulling 90 is Blaylock aboard here with his 2nd hit of the night. Kevin Mensch That's fly to right his first time up. Nevin has been a pest in this series as Phil Nevin walked with 2 outs and prolonged the inning. Blaylock is sent single, and the Rangers have something going with 2 down. Beckett ahead now, 0-2. Beckett, who's gone 2 2/3 innings, has thrown 58 pitches. Rangers got to him for a run in the first. And an infield hit by Michael Young. Mentioned the Josh Beckett, the 2nd overall pick in '99. He's reunited with principal owner John Henry, who was the owner at the time of the Florida Marlins. It was John Henry's first draft back in the '99 draft. One chop fouled outside of first base.
Now that series he had in the World Series against the Yankees, I mean, that was some kind of impressive pitching, and especially that outing coming back on 3 days rest.
Tougher to do it on a bigger stage than that.
Yeah.
And especially the age that he was at when he did it. He was 23 years old, showing no fear. And a look at his postseason numbers. You're getting a very young pitcher who has all kinds of postseason experience.
How about those final 4 games?
Wow.
0.92 ERA.
And a 2-0 win in Game 6 of the World Series at Yankee Stadium. The 1-2 pitch to Kevin Mensch. Mensch lines it into the glove of Beckett, who's able to snare it. Big out, and Beckett able to make the grab that ends the inning. The Rangers strand a pair. Texas on top 1-0.
Need more ice time? At midnight on game nights, tune in Bruins in 2 for a special 2-hour replay of the game. Keep track of your black and gold around the clock with Bruins in 2.
Bergeron, great shift. Rebound, Rick Crop dives. That'll get him going. Drilled him. Shot, score! Bruins turn the other way. Huge hit. Shot, score! Bruins lead 2-0.
Presenting the Angler Dementis, commonly known as the Mad Fisherman. Native to New England,
You get lost. Everything's green around here.
this rare breed is often heard before seen.
Yankee fan.
Seldom alone, he stalks large prey with a unique style. And he does it without scaring the fish. Observe the Mad Fisherman for yourself on Nesson. Charlie Moore Outdoors, sponsored by Obashan Hardware, Sunday on Nesson. Every game ends with overtime. Your Bruins post-game show featuring game analysis, interviews, press conferences, and more. Stay tuned to Nesson, because every game ends with overtime.
Time now for the Aflac trivia question. And our question tonight, who is the #1 overall pick in the 1999 MLB first-year player draft? We know the #2 overall pick. He's starting tonight for the Red Sox. It's Josh Beckett. He was the first pick overall back in '99. We'll have the answer for you shortly. Rangers on an infield RBI single for Michael Young. Enjoy a 1-0 lead. They got the run off Beckett in the first. Beckett through the first 3 innings has thrown 61 pitches. And we head to the top of the 4th. He's been matched tonight by Cameron Lowe, who's thrown 3 shutout innings to begin the ball game. He's given up just 1 hit. Mark Loretta singled to left field in the first inning, and that has been it. The walk to Veritek in the second, but no more hits. And Nobody's visited second base yet for the Red Sox tonight. Little snack in between innings. Keep the energy up. Look at all the numbers from Mark Loretta. The one that really surprised me the most was his lifetime batting average, up over 300 at 301. And his long major league career lined and just out of the reach of D'Angelo Jimenez into center field. Mark Loretta has his second hit of the night and the only 2 hits tonight off Kameron Lowe.
Now the first time up, he hooks the ball down the left field line. This time an inside out swing. And we mentioned here's a guy that can use the whole field, and there's a good example. Line shot that gets by Jimenez. So they pulled the base hit in the first inning, up the middle with the line drive in his second at bat. Only 2 hits of the night for Boston.
Fast start for Loretta, 5 for his first 12. And here's David Ortiz, who grounded into a double play in the first. Chopped right side. Jimenez with the small shift on. They try to turn the double play and do. Second time tonight, Big Papi's grounded into the twin killing.
That's why you can't drop the second baseman back in the outfield with the man on first base. They'd never turn over the DP. And Jimenez has to actually charge that ball. And they get Ortiz by a half a step at first base.
Well, Big Papi grounded into 13 double plays all of last season. And he has grounded into 2 tonight in each of his first at bats of the night.
Now Cameron Lowe's doing a good job throwing that sinker. He's getting a lot of ground ball outs early in this game. And that's what he has to do. He's not a power pitcher.
Only 43 pitches tonight and just 6 this inning. He had Manny to ground out to short his first time up. Manny Ramirez struck out 3 times last night. Last year, struck out 3 times in a game, only 3 times, as Manny swings and foul tips it into the catcher's mitt.
He's got his pitch tonight a couple of times, too. He's got fastballs from the middle in, but still hasn't been able to do anything with it.
Swing and a miss, and Lowe strikes out Ramirez for his first strikeout of the night. So 3.5 done from Texas with the Rangers on top 1-0. It's time now for a Sports Desk update. Here's Hazel May.
Don, thank you. Hi again, everybody. Welcome to our Nesson studios. Coming up tonight on Sports Desk, presented by FW Webb, suppliers to contractors and industry since 1866. Well, the numbers are in. We'll break down the biggest and smallest payrolls in baseball. Can Jimmy Rollins keep his hit streak alive? And we'll show you highlights. The Celtics take on the Wizards. I'll see you tonight after Red Sox coverage. Back to Texas after this quick timeout.
Not too close. What do you think? I got that insurance?
What insurance is that, Yogi?
The one you really need to have. If you don't have it, that's why you need it.
Need what?
Aflac. Well, if you get hurt and miss work, it won't hurt to miss work. And they give you cash, which is just as good as money.
Aflac. Ask about it at work.
What does it mean to be the #1 Sealy retailer in Greater Boston?
It means that we can do more for you.
For example, this week you can supersize your Sealy mattress.
Pay for a twin and get a full. Pay for a full and get a queen. Or pay for a queen and get a king for the same low price.
This offer ends Monday, so come in and see us today.
#1 in Sealy.
Thanks to you. Quality, comfort, and price. That's
That's nice.
I'm not afraid to speak my mind. He couldn't break a pane of glass, and neither are the Boston Globe sports writers.
If we worried about him, we'd all be in the loony bin for crying out loud.
The Boston Globe Sports Plus combines New England Sports Page with New England Sports Network.
The Boston Globe sports columnists face off.
Joe loves money.
No hiding behind the pages here.
Shame on the agent.
And newsmaking interviews only the Boston Globe and Nesson can deliver.
The Boston Globe Sports Plus on Nesson. New England Sports Page on New England Sports Network.
Time now for the answer to our Aflac trivia question from an inning ago. The question, who was the #1 overall pick in the 1999 MLB first-year playoff draft? Josh Hamilton of the Tampa Bay Devil Rays, and then Josh Beckett. Eric Munson of the Detroit Tigers was third. Corey Myers of Arizona, and then B.J. Garby of the Minnesota Twins. Certainly Josh Beckett has turned out much better in his career so far than Josh Hamilton has of the Tampa Bay Devil Rays. Angelo Jimenez leads it off here in the last half of the 4th inning, the bottom third of the Rangers order.
Pretty high pitch count, 63 pitches so far in this game for Beckett as we're only in the 4th inning.
Towards right center field, crisp on the run, but he won't get there as it one hops the wall. Angelo Jimenez at second base with a leadoff double to begin the bottom of the 4th inning.
There have been some balls hit hard tonight off Beckett. Remember the last out of last inning, a line drive by Mensch right at Beckett. Now again, good solid contact on the fastball. I think this surprised Coco Crisp in the outfield. They were kind of shading Jimenez to the opposite field, but he pulls the ball, and Crisp cannot catch up to it.
Only 7 of them last year for Jimenez, and his first of this season and his first start for the Rangers here tonight. Here's Rod Barajas, the catcher, who singled in the 2nd inning as he takes the strike. The key matchup is brought to you by Honda, and not much action, 3 at-bats, but 3 hits for Barajas against Beckett, and that includes tonight. Barajas with a home run in his career off Beckett. Barajas, who had career highs last year in many different categories, including hits, had over 100 hits last year. In the air to right. And Nixon underneath it. Takes care of out #1. No advance for Jimenez.
There's a case where Barajas is trying to move the ball the other way to advance that runner. That's a tough pitch to do it on. That was a sinking fastball moving down and in. Hard to move that ball the other way. He tries by pulling the hands in, but he pops it up. The thought was right, but not an easy pitch to do it with.
One down for Lance Nix. And a tough start to the season. Nix 0 for 9. Fly to right field in the 2nd inning. His first at bat against Beckett. And a strike over the outside corner to Nix. Mentioned the Nix had surgery on the shoulders during the offseason. Played in just 65 games last year. The torn labrum in his right shoulder. And injuries have been a problem for him over the course of his career. Rounds it fouls, down 0-2.
That's the way it goes too, and you seem to be in a little bit of a slump. 0 for 9, still early obviously, but 0 for 9 and already down in the count. No balls, 2 strikes.
This one bounces in, hits the plate, gets up over Varitek to the backstop, and to third goes Jimenez. Second wild pitch of the night for Beckett.
Yeah, once again, Beckett trying to snap off that curveball way ahead in the count, and bounces and deflects right off the shoulder of Varitek. So the Red Sox now down by a run and with not much offense going will bring the infield in here with 1 out.
He had 5 wild pitches all of last year in 29 starts. And has 2 tonight in his Red Sox debut. 1-2 to Nix. In the dirt and a sprawling play by Veritek to his right. D'Angelo Jimenez just 90 feet away with 1 down here in the bottom of the 4th inning. And what has been a pitcher's duel tonight between Josh Beckett and Kameron Lowe. Fouled off to the left. 2-2 to Nix. Pitch count becoming a factor. It's 71 pitches for Beckett through 3 1/3 innings. Red Sox infield playing about halfway as Nix takes strike 3. Well, Beckett needed that, a big strikeout in his 2nd of the night.
Again, you know, we saw that pitch last night. We see it again here. The turnover fastball to the lefty. You kind of quit on it. You jump back, but it has enough movement on it to pick up the inside corner. Great pitch there by Beckett to get that strikeout. Now the infield can move back with 2 outs.
Well, a bigger crowd on hand here tonight than we had last night, as you see Ameriquest Field. And a big strikeout for Josh Beckett. 2 down. Jimenez at 3rd, and Brad Wilkerson another tough out in this Rangers order. Wilkerson with a double in the 1st came around to score the game's lone run, and then he struck out swinging in the 2nd. Carved foul off to the left. We're here at Ameriquest Field in Arlington, Texas. Don Orsillo with Jerry Remy and Tina Servacio. Bringing you Red Sox baseball in high definition on Nesson. And the 3rd and final game of this 3-game series. A chance for the Red Sox to win their first series of the year. They'll have tomorrow off and then 3 games from Camden Yards in Baltimore. Orioles taking it to the Devil Rays tonight on top 15-3. Kevin Millar tonight's 2 for 3 with a couple of RBIs. Part of that big Orioles attack against Tampa Bay. Jimenez at 3rd, 2 down.
I was flipping around the dial last night and I caught Millar on some sports show, and boy, that's the same Kevin Millar we knew.
It was. I saw the same thing. Yeah. A red tight shirt on. Did you check that out? It was quite a look.
He got a tattoo for Leo Mazzoni, the pitching coach in spring training.
Strike over the outside corner, to full count now to Wilkerson.
Breaking ball on the 3-1 pitch from Beckett. You know Wilkinson there just sitting on fastball. He does not get it. Gets the curveball. Just picks up the outside corner. Guy does that to you on a 3-1 count. He drops the hook in there for a strike. You have no idea what he's going to throw you on 3-2. That time it was the fastball, and Wilkinson fouls it off.
Wilkerson golfing it foul off to the left. And it's 3-2 as the battle continues. Wilkerson, who does walk, he's averaged 90 walks over the last 4 seasons. And walked 84 times last year. This will be the 80th pitch of the night for Josh Beckett with 2 down in the 4th. Foul off to the left as Wilkerson able to stay alive.
And what all this does is just continues to build up pitches on Beckett. 80 now so far in the game.
And this at bat is extended. This will be the 9th pitch of the at bat.
That happens a lot to power pitchers. You get a lot of foul balls.
Averaged 97 pitches last year. His season high was 121 pitches. Swing and a miss as he strikes out Wilkerson and pumps the fist. Big strikeout for Beckett. And his 3rd K of the ball game. The Rangers leave a runner at 3rd base. Texas on top 1-0 through 4.
Business travelers, we got you something. Southwest has new leather seats and roomier cabins for more comfortable flights.
I love leather.
You're now free to move about the country.
Wouldn't it be nice to be rewarded for your business? Business owner banking from Sovereign Bank does just that. You can get free business checking with 300 free transactions a month, free cash deposit processing, and our best personal checking account with preferred rates and discounts free. Get business owner banking today, and we'll give you a free first order of checks up to a $100 value. See? Rewards are nice. Business owner banking, a more rewarding business relationship. Sovereign Bank.
One nothing Texas on top as we head to the top of the 5th inning, and we saw a little bit of the emotion from Josh Beckett in a huge strikeout. As he was able to get Nixon, then followed it up with a strikeout of Brad Wilkerson, and fired up as he leaves the mound after D'Angelo Jimenez was left at 3rd base. Look at the line for Beckett tonight, 81 pitches deep. Through the first 4 innings of this ball game tonight, he's had to throw a lot of pitches. And the pitching line brought to you by Nissan. Red Sox trying to get that run back that the Rangers got in the 1st inning. Trot Nixon, Jason Varitek, and Mike Lowell. As Nixon grounds it down the first baseline, it is smothered by Teixeira, who takes it himself for the first out of the 5th.
Well, again, Kameron Lowe continues to get ground ball action for his infield, and he continues to record outs. He's been around the strike zone all night. He only has 1 walk. That came to Varitek back in the 2nd inning.
So 1 down for Jason Varitek. The only walk tonight given up by Kameron Lowe. Varitek got a 2-out walk in the 2nd inning. Then Mike Lowell grounded into a force out to end the 2nd. Down to Teixeira again at first, who's been perfect in the innings. He's handled the first 2 outs.
On Friday, the Sox take their season-opening road trip to Camden Yards for a 3-game weekend matchup against the Baltimore Orioles. Coverage starts at 6 o'clock with Tom Kameron and Jim Rice, bringing you the full preview on Olympia Sports Presents the Boston Globe pregame report. Join us again Friday night as the Red Sox begin their AL East schedule only on Nesson.
Well, 2 down for Mike Lowell. And for Cameron Lowe, he's got the good sinker going. He's going to get a lot of ground ball outs, and that has been the case tonight. 12 ground ball outs.
Only fly ball out was off the bat of Coco Crisp. A fly ball to center field in the 3rd inning.
And he's gotten David Ortiz to ground into 2 double plays. Wanted it, but it misses for ball 3. Mike Lowell 2 for 9 to begin the season. And a 4-pitch walk, so just the second walk given up by Lowe tonight. The first one came with 2 down when he walked Veritek. And now he walks Mike Lowell with 2 outs here in the top half of the 5th. So 2 down, and here's JT Snow. Grounded back to the pitcher Low in the 3rd inning. JT, of course, wearing the number 84 this season in remembrance of his father who passed away prior to the season. Jack Snow, the longtime NFL player, and asked the Red Sox if it'd be all right for him to wear the number 84 this year, and of course they said all right, and JT goes with it as Snow hits one high and deep to right, but foul down the right field line.
Get the Sunday Globe's award-winning sports coverage every week. Call 1-800-984-5335 today for 50% off home delivery. The Boston Sunday Globe. Start the week off right.
Well, his dad Jack playing an 11-year career all with the Los Angeles Rams. Played from 1965 through 1975 and passed away on January the 9th. 62 years of age. As that one gets away from Lowe, and right now his control all of a sudden leaving him. He's behind 3-1.
Yeah, first sign of any real trouble tonight for Cameron Lowe. Got 2 quick outs. A walk, now falls behind JT Snow. 3 balls, 1 strike. That brought a little meeting from his catch of Barajas.
Right field. On the move is Mensch, and he makes the running catch that ends the inning. Red Sox strand another base runner. Halfway through this one, Texas on top 1-0.
Even with these unexpected features that come standard on the Toyota Corolla, even with its truly impressive fuel economy, the most compelling reason to buy a new Corolla is an old Corolla.
My 1995 Corolla has 119,905 miles.
257,632 miles.
333,670 miles.
There's dependable, and then there's Corolla dependable. Ask someone you know who drives one. Toyota, moving forward.
Boston Red Sox early season coverage.
Strike 3 call.
Boston Bruins action. When your teams play at the same time, check out Red Sox baseball as always on Nesson, and catch any same-time Nesson Bruins game coverage on an alternate channel.
Bergeron, what a move! Bergeron scores!
Same coverage, same time. For alternate channel information, log on to Nesson.com. Hey, Red Sox Nation. This season and every season, one network's all you'll need. Because every game's on Nesson, and every game's in HD. One nation, one network, Nesson. We've got your team and we've got the time with a 1-hour pregame show and postgame coverage that keeps you in the game. Every Sox game's in HD and every Sox game's on Nesson. One nation, one network.
Stay tuned after the game for WB Mason's Extra Innings and Granite City Electric's Extra Innings Extra. Tom, Karen, and Gary DiSarcina will break down Josh Beckett's Red Sox debut, including his post-game comments. Plus, Tina Savasio will bring you Terry's take from the manager's office. You'll also get a preview of the Sox-Orioles series this weekend. It's all coming up right after the game with TC and Gary. Gary, of course, a coach with the... Oh, thank you very much. That's nice. Coach with the Italian team.
Yes, the third base coach.
Third base coach, and he said in the pregame show that his arm was not tied because he didn't have to wave many guys in.
1-0 Texas on top as they bat in the bottom of the 5th inning. And Michael Young, Mark Teixeira, Phil Nevin, 2, 3, and 4 for the Rangers expected in the bottom of the 5th. They're good to see DeSar back. Do the Italians win any games? The WBC?
I don't know, Don. I don't know. I don't even know where they play. Do they play in Italy? Where do they play?
I don't know.
I didn't hear much about it. Maybe. Okay, we get the word from the studio. They did not win a game. But that's okay. They tried hard.
Young hits it in the air to right as Nixon moves in to make the catch for the first out of the inning. This place is enclosed, a lot of it. You have somewhat of an alleyway out there in right center field. I wonder what kind of effect the swirling wind has, because that's really what it is here tonight.
Well, that's I was asking Tom Grieve, of course, longtime analyst here for the Texas Rangers, and he's the guy that told me when the wind blows in, you know, this direction the ball really carries here. Now, we haven't really seen that much of that so far tonight, but it's just the opposite of effect of the way the wind's blowing because it kind of bounces off the high stadium.
Teixeira lifts it in the air. Only one player on the left side. It was Lowell, and he's over to make the catch just shy of the photographer's well for out number 2.
Yeah, he had a long way to go to make that play, and good for Lowell that it was hit that high. Watch Lowell from that shortstop position, and of course this ball going toward the stands, the wind pushing it toward the stands. Lowell takes a couple of peeks and makes the play right in front of the photographer's area.
Terry, we got some bad information. Apparently Italy did win one game. They beat Australia. So they were 1-2 in the WBC.
Well, good for them.
They shortchanged them a win.
Tony Soprano was the winning pitcher.
Nevin grounds one to third. Lowell nicely to his left. And a pretty good defensive inning for Mike Lowell. And a 1-2-3 inning for Josh Beckett. 1-0 Texas.
Just announced. The 2006 Build Ford Tough F-Series, America's best-selling trucks for 29 straight years, just got better. With unmatched muscle and strength, best-in-class towing, and best-in-class payload, it can be yours. With up to $4,500 in total rebates. Act fast. For a limited time, get into a new Ford Super Duty or F-150 and get up to $4,500 in rebates. Hurry in, because when they're gone, they're gone. Visit your local Ford store today. Can't catch your Sox in time? At midnight on game nights, tune in and edited down 2-hour replay of the Sox game. So keep track of your Sox around the clock with Red Sox in 2. Know the score before the game. Tune in. Olympia Sports presents the Boston Globe pregame report for analysis, player features, commentary, and more. Olympia Sports presents the Boston Globe pregame report 1 hour before game time on Nesson.
Came to spend some time together, reconnect.
Like when I met her, dice are hot.
Like the names they got.
Non-stop fun.
Hole in one.
What a thrill.
Hey, I just won.
We're closer than we can recall. Yeah, let's live for the wonder of it all.
Hey fans, Coors Light is giving you a forum to be heard. Look for our camera crews around Boston for your chance to speak out. The Coors Light Refresh Your Inner Fan promotion starts this week. Well, Kameron Lowe has been the story here tonight against the Red Sox offense. He's held Boston to just 2 hits and allowed 2 walks over the first 5 innings. He's thrown just 59 pitches as he begins things here in the 6th inning. The number 9 man in the Red Sox order, Alex Gonzalez, to lead it off. Gonzalez grounded out to third base in the 3rd inning. Red Sox have not had a base runner reach second base yet in the game through the first 5 innings. A tap foul, and Gonzalez down 1-2.
Nothing real tricky here about Kameron Lowe, too. It's basically been sinker after sinker, an occasional slider, and an occasional changeup.
The only hits the Red Sox have belong to Mark Loretta. He was singled in the 1st and then singled in the 4th inning. That has been it for hits for the Red Sox off Kameron Lowe. And Loretta is scheduled to bat 3rd in this inning. Lowe 9-6 last year with a 3.42 ERA. 40 appearances out of the bullpen, 8 starts. Slowly down the third baseline, but foul. Again, the payoff pitch to Alex Gonzalez. On the ground harder this time, but right at Blaylock. And throws him out for the first out of the inning. Nice footwork by Mark Teixeira, who handles the throw at first for the first out of the inning. Let's take a look at the league leaders that are brought to you by Olympia Sports, with Coco Crisp coming up and scoring 2 runs in each of his first 2 games in a Red Sox uniform. He's atop the AL leaders. So are a couple of Yankees who got off to that fast start against the Oakland A's on opening night. This was held hitless tonight as he's grounded out to first base and flied out to center. 26-year-old switch hitter, spending his entire big league career with the Indians. It all started for him in 2002. On the ground and under the diving glove, Mark Teixeira into the right field corner. Crisp headed for 2 and maybe beyond. He's thinking 3. And the throw to third is not going to be in time. Coco Crisp with a triple. 4 of them last year. And this one with 1 out in the top half of the 6th inning.
Well, Don, from our vantage point, I couldn't see what happened down in that right field corner, but it took Mensch a long time to get the ball out of there. And Coco Crisp, with his great speed, goes into third base, right under the glove of Teixeira. He's upset he didn't even knock it down. And then once it got down in that right field corner, it took a long time to come out. So with the 1-run lead, the infield pulled in here for the Texas Rangers.
Mark Loretta 2 for 2 tonight. And he takes ball 1. This play by Rod Barajas, who saves a run diving to his right. The tying run 90 feet away.
Now the question here, will they play contact with Crisp at third base? They may not, because Ortiz is on deck.
Softly grounded at Jimenez, who looks crisp back and throws out Loretta. So not going on contact that time, and there's 2 down.
Now that's 1-2. If he was going, probably would have scored because the ball was not hit very hard. But again, with Ortiz on deck, that's why you don't take that chance. Little ground ball not hit very hard to Jimenez. He'll check the runner at third and get the easy out at first. So by bringing the infield in, it pays off for Buck Showalter.
Big Papi has grounded into 2 double plays in the ball game tonight. Ortiz grounds it softly outside of first, foul. And it's 1-1 now to Big Papi. First jam of the night for Kameron Lowe. And not allowed a Red Sox base runner past first base for the first 5 innings. And a 1-out triple by Coco Crisp has him at third base with 2 down. Ortiz grounds it softly into the shift. Jimenez will throw to first, and Lowe gets out of the jam as Crisp is left at third. 5.5 done, still 1-0 Texas.
Hot potato!
This Friday, everyone's screaming. For the bench warmers, rated PG-13.
Lauren and Wally, and the songs you grew up with. 105.7 WROR. Lauren and Wally, and the songs you grew up with. 105.7 WROR.
Attention passengers. We are currently experiencing delays. We apologize for the inconvenience.
Of a long, hot day, grab the beer that starts out cold and ends up refreshing. Coors Light. Taste the cold.
Silly little ferry.
Oh! Introducing the all-new Dodge Caliber. It's anything but cute.
Now still 1-0 Texas as Kameron Lowe gets out of a jam. Man on third base to 2-out sinker here again. And for the 3rd time tonight, Ortiz pulling the ball to the right side for the out. So they had a good opportunity. Man on third, 1 out. Could not get him in.
15 ground ball outs for the sinker ball pitcher Kameron Lowe, who gets out of his first jam of the night. Last half of the 6th inning. And it's Hank Blaylock, Kevin mentioned, D'Angelo Jimenez. Blaylock's 2 for 2 off Beckett. And fouls the first one off over by the Red Sox dugout. If ever Beckett needed an inning in which he didn't throw a lot of pitches, it was last inning. He went into last inning with 81 pitches. A 1-2-3 fifth on just 6 pitches. Strike 2 to Blaylock. And on the 0-2 brings it inside as Blaylock jumped back out of the way.
You know, we highlighted earlier how many times Beckett has been shaking off Veritek, and it'd be interesting to see how as the season goes on, if they get more on the same page. Again, a shake off there, another one.
Strikes out Blaylock, 4th strikeout for Josh Beckett. He's now retired 7 in a row. And we check back in with Tina Cervasio. Tina?
Don, you and Jerry are talking about how much time Jason Varitek had to catch Josh Beckett during the spring. Well, the catcher had this piece of advice for Beckett before his first start with the Red Sox.
Just give his team an opportunity to win. Give this lineup an opportunity to score some runs. We don't expect perfect games. We don't expect those things. Just minimize damage and go out there and allow this offense to work.
All right, Don, back to you.
All right, Tina. Well, on a normal night, you could plan on a lot of offense from the Red Sox, but that's not been the case tonight as Kameron Lowe has shut them down.
Yeah, that report is right on cue, isn't it? We're going to score you a bunch of runs. Don't try to overdo it. Don't try to shut everybody out. Well, right now, the Red Sox having trouble scoring runs.
Slow roller, and Lowell can do nothing but pick it up as Kevin Mensch reaches on the infield hit.
That was almost a perfect bunt by Mensch, a swinging bunt down that third base line. Just tops it. Of course, you're playing back against Mensch. You don't expect him to bunt, and there's a changeup there for the strikeout on the first hit of Blaylock.
So 1 down, Mensch at first base. The 7th Texas hit. 3 of them have been of the infield variety. And here's D'Angelo Jimenez. Jimenez grounded out to first in the 2nd, doubled in the 4th inning. The Rangers, who got their run in the 1st inning, have stranded 6 base runners through the first 5 innings. In the air to left center field, Coco Crisp moving over and makes the catch for out number 2. Mensch back to the bag at first.
Well, they did not change their scouting report on Jimenez. Remember earlier, last time up, they were shading him in that same direction, but he pulled the ball, ended up with a double. Well, they continue to shade him to the opposite field. This time he does fly out in that direction.
So 2 down for Rod Barajas. Barajas singled in the 2nd inning, fly to right in the 4th. Now, coming into the season, Barajas with great numbers against the Red Sox in 14 games prior to this year, hitting at .340 against Boston. A home run, 9 RBIs. And another home run to add to that as he hit one last night. Beckett falling behind 2-0. Barajas with 21 home runs last year. Only Jason Varitek had more home runs. Among major league catchers last season, Varitek finishing with 22 home runs. Barajas 2nd with 21. Up in the infield, and Gonzalez astride on the outfield grass puts it away. Through 6 innings, the Texas Rangers enjoy a 1-0 lead.
Cheeseburger plate. Cheeseburger plate. Fish plate. Fish plate.
Hey, how you doing? How are you?
How about you? What do you want?
I'll have a Bruins plate.
Bruins plate. Bruins plate.
Help Mass Youth Hockey by getting your own Boston Bruins license plate at any Massachusetts Registry of Motor Vehicle office. After registry fees, all money will go to fund important programs of Mass Youth Hockey throughout the state.
Bruins plate. So how's your Bruins plate?
It's a little chewy.
Need more ice time? At midnight on game nights, tune in Bruins in 2 for a special 2-hour replay of the game. Keep track of your black and gold around the clock with Bruins in 2.
I'm not afraid to speak my mind. He couldn't break a pane of glass, and neither are the Boston Globe sports writers.
If we worried about him, we'd all be in the loony bin for crying out loud.
The Boston Globe Sports Plus combines New England Sports Page with New England Sports Network.
The Boston Globe sports columnists face off.
Joe loves money.
No hiding behind the pages here.
Shame on the agent.
And news-making interviews only the Boston Globe and Nesson can deliver.
The Boston Globe Sports Plus on Nesson. New England Sports Page on New England Sports Network.
What is Sports Desk? Sports Desk is a half-hour sports news program focused on getting you the scores and bringing viewers the stories behind the teams. It's not just about the result, it's also about the drama that unfolds leading up to the final score.
Nesson Sports Desk, the first word in New England sports.
Nesson Sports Desk, your sports, your teams, first and fast.
Nesson Sports Desk, at a time that's right for you. Every game ends with overtime. Your Bruins post-game show featuring game analysis, interviews, press conferences, and more. Stay tuned to Nesson, because every game ends with overtime.
1-0, Texas on top as we head to the top half of the 7th inning. Last 2 innings, Beckett has thrown just 16 pitches. But it has been the Kameron Lowe show here tonight on the other side for the Texas Rangers. The Rangers starter with the first 6 innings allowing just 3 hits and no runs. Manny Ramirez 1 for 10 to begin the season. Grounded to shortstop in the 2nd inning, struck out swinging in the 4th inning. And Lowe falling behind 3-0. And the strike, Manny took a step towards first, but gets the bad news from Bruce Dreckman. Very defensive swing for Ramirez, who sends it foul to the backstop.
That's an indication how much the ball is moving for Kameron Lowe. I mean, this ball up, but watch how much it runs inside. And Manny just completely fooled on that. You almost never see that from Ramirez.
In the dirt, Manny gets the leadoff walk. The 3rd walk of the night given up by Lowe.
Well, Friday night at 6 o'clock, Olympia Sports presents the Boston Globe pregame report with Tom Caron and Jim Rice. You'll hear from manager Terry Francona in his weekly one-on-one with Tina Savasio. Plus, the Globe's Nick Cafato will have the latest Red Sox news, and you'll also get a breakdown of the tough American League East. So join TC and Jim Ed Friday night at 6 in high definition only on Nesson.
Well, for the first time tonight, the Red Sox have the lead runner aboard. And Manny Ramirez to begin the 7th inning as Trot Nixon takes the first pitch strike. Nixon is grounded out to 2nd and grounded out to 1st. 0 for 2 in the game tonight. Nixon hits it high in the air to deep right. Manchette back, looking up, it's gone! A 2-run home run for Trot Nixon to put the Red Sox on top 2-1.
Well, all night long we've seen nothing but ground ball after ground ball after ground ball. Very few mistakes made by Kameron Lowe. This pitch is going to stay up in the zone about belt high, and Trot Nixon with the home run. There's a mistake. And Kameron Lowe, he knew it as soon as there was contact.
So Trot Nixon puts the Red Sox on the board in a big way as they quickly take the lead 2-1.
I mean, you can count on one hand tonight how many pitches from Lowe have been belt high. And when he made one there, Nixon made him pay.
Well, Jason Varitek walked in the second, grounded out in the fifth. And action for the first time tonight in the Texas bullpen, Joaquin Benoit. We saw in the first game of the series. And for Beckett, we saw no offense from the Red Sox. Finally gets some offense here in the seventh inning as Nixon hits a two-run home run. It looked like for a while he would not see the sixth inning after a very high pitch total early in his outing. He'd thrown 81 pitches through 4. But just 16 over the last 2 innings as Varitek lines one into center field for a base hit.
Well, he's going to see the seventh inning now because there is nobody loosening up in the Red Sox bullpen. And he's going to be going out in the seventh inning with the lead.
Stretching, but no warming. Warming in the Texas pen as Joaquin Benoit continues to throw. And Mark Connor, the pitching coach for the Texas Rangers, out to talk to Kameron Lowe. Red Sox baseball in Nesson is brought to you by your Boston area Lexus dealers, by Pepsi, and by Bernie and Phil's Furniture. Well, after 6 shutout innings for Kameron Lowe, Manny Ramirez gets it started with a leadoff walk to begin the 7th. Then Trot Nixon buries a 2-run home run into the stands in right. And a single for Jason Varitek. So Trotto had 13 last year as his first home run of this season. Well, tonight is grounded into a fielder's choice and walked. In the air to shallow left center field. Wilkerson was deep, but able to recover and make the catch for the first out of the inning.
Let's see if the Red Sox go to a hit and run here with 1 out in the inning. JT Snow, a guy that can handle a bat. Usually when you have a pitcher like this that's throwing a lot of ground balls, which he has been, that's a good play to put on. Try to open up a hole. You see the catcher Barajas warning his middle infielders about the possibility of a delay steal from Varitek. He pretty much abandoned that last year.
Lowe, who's just thrown his 90th pitch of the night. It's a strike over the inside corner to JT Snow. Yeah, that was something that was pretty effective for Varitek the year before last.
Yeah, and they just kind of put it in his pocket last year.
Snow goes the opposite way to left field. Wilkerson back there, and there's 2 down. And again, Varitek back to the bag at first.
And if he's going to pull it out, he'll do it here with 2 outs in the inning. Either a straight out steal or the possible delay steal.
We'll see how they play with 2 down in the inning. Here's Alex Gonzalez. He's done the same thing twice tonight. That's ground out to third base. And this time he drives it by the third baseman, Hank Blaylock, for a base hit. He's sent 3 now in that general direction. The first 2 Blaylock handled. This hit too hard into the left of Blaylock.
Let's see. That might, yes, it is. It's going to be it. Buck Showalter sprinting out of the dugout. Red Sox finally get to Kameron Lowe here in the 7th inning.
Well, the tide in this one has changed. A 2-run home run for Trot Nixon has given the Red Sox a 2-1 lead on his first home run of the year. Time now for a Sports Desk update. Let's check in with Hazel May.
Don, thank you. Hi again, everybody. Coming up tonight on Sports Desk, presented by FW Web, suppliers to contractors and industry since 1866. It was a smashing Cincinnati debut for Bronson Arroyo. We've got a preview of the Masters, and we'll tell you why Tiger Woods isn't thinking about golf all that much. And we're in Milwaukee with BC and Maine as they get ready for the Frozen Four. I'll see you then. We'll get you back to Texas in just a moment.
I'm not afraid to speak my mind. He couldn't break a pane of glass, and neither are the Boston Globe sports writers.
If we worried about him, we'd all be in the loony bin for crying out loud.
The Boston Globe Sports Plus combines New England Sports Page with New England Sports Network.
The Boston Globe sports columnists face off.
Joe loves money.
No hiding behind the pages here.
Shame on the agent.
And newsmaking interviews only the Boston Globe and Nesson can deliver.
The Boston Globe Sports Plus on Nesson. New England Sports Page on New England Sports Network. Presenting the Angler Dementis, commonly known as the Mad Fisherman. Native to New England,
You get lost. Everything's green around here.
this rare breed is often heard before seen.
Yankee fan.
Seldom alone, he stalks large prey with a unique style. And he does it without scaring the fish. Observe the Mad Fisherman for yourself on Nesson. Charlie Moore Outdoors, sponsored by Obashan Hardware, Sunday on Nesson.
CB. With CBS Pharmacy, you can expect something extra when a Red Sox home game goes extra innings or the Sox bullpen records a save. CBS will donate $500 to Children's Hospital Boston.
Well, Kameron Lowe, who is outstanding over 6 innings, sees his lead go by the board. 6 2/3 so far, charged with 2 runs. He's responsible for the 2 men on, as he walked 3 and struck out 1, and turns it over to Joaquin Benoit.
Coco Crisp in his career against Benoit. 0 for 3. One game this year, gave up the home run to Mike Lowell on opening day.
Fouled off to our left. Coco Crisp 1 for 3 tonight. He tripled with 1 down in the 6th inning. And could not score as Lowe got out of the jam. He got Loretta to ground out and Ortiz to ground out, and Crisp was left at third to end the 6th inning. Softly rolled foul outside of first. Benoit brought in on a runners at first and second 2 down situation. Varitek at second, Gonzalez at first, 2 down. And again, the 0-2 pitch to Coco Crisp. Well, that one brought Barajas out of his crouch. Joaquin Benoit to his 2nd game of the season. In the pen. And grounds the 2-2 at Loretta, and Timlin and the Red Sox get out of the jam in the 8th. The Rangers on some bad base running or decisions by their third base coach. Red Sox lead it 2-1.
flying to the Washington area for business? If these 23 reasons don't convince you to fly Southwest Airlines nonstop to BWI Airport, maybe this will. You can fly Southwest in more comfort than ever for the same low fares you're used to.
You are now free to move about the country.
Versatility is part of the magic of My Bob's.
This sectional is unusual. It's unique.
Padded microfiber for extra comfort.
Two-tone with bi-cast leather look.
4 recliners built in, and it's smashing at only $19.99.
Can't use the sectional? No problem.
Want just the sofa? You got it.
Or just the love seat? You got it.
Or just the recliner? You got it.
All 3 for only $19.99.
That's the magic of My Bob's.
Need more ice time? At midnight on game nights, tune in Bruins in 2 for a special 2-hour replay of the game. Keep track of your black and gold around the clock with Bruins in 2. Every game ends with overtime. Your Bruins post-game show featuring game analysis, interviews, press conferences, and more. Stay tuned to Nesson, because every game ends with overtime.
Red Sox baseball on Nesson is brought to you by we head on to the top half of the 9th inning. The Red Sox very fortunate to have the 2-1 advantage. Adrian Brown, who ran for Kevin Mensch, takes over for him defensively in right. And the new pitcher for Texas, Scott Feldman.
Second appearance, pitched an inning and 2/3 on opening day. Had a strikeout in that ball game. Made his debut last August with the Texas Rangers. Righties only .199 over the last 2 seasons. Lefty's a little bit better.
Well, the Red Sox trying to get some breathing room as they lead it by a run. And coming to bat in the 9th. Feldman takes over for Joaquin Benoit. Win an inning and 2/3 and get out of his first and second 2-on jam in the 8th. He's able to get Nixon to foul out, Varitek to pop out.
Well, it's been a good ball game, hasn't it? Good pitching. You've seen some nice defensive plays. You've seen some crazy plays in this game. It's been interesting.
Well, the Red Sox trying to give Josh Beckett his first win in a Red Sox uniform. Certainly pitched well enough and deserves the victory as Lowell takes a strike over the outside corner. Finland fighting some control problems, but getting through the inning unscathed. Feldman, 23 years old, another big pitcher for Texas at 6'6", 225 pounds. A 30th round selection by the Rangers in 2003, and very quickly to the major leagues for the first time last year with the Rangers. Couple of different stints with the Rangers. Was up August 16th through the 18th. Then August 31st through the end of the year. Swing and a miss. Comes back to strike out Mike Lowell for the first out of the 9th.
Interesting as you look out toward the Red Sox bullpen right now in the 1-run ball game. Who's throwing? Papelbon.
Papelbon alone. Speaks volumes the confidence the manager has right now in Keith Folk. One down in the 9th. JT Snow, the batter, still looking for his first hit in a Red Sox uniform. In the air to right field. Adrian Brown headed back with room to make the catch shy of the track. JT Snow retired for out number 2 of the ninth.
Papelbon, as you see him loosen in the Red Sox bullpen, has 1 save in his professional career. That came last year at Pawtucket. And it looks like he may get a chance to pick up his first save at the major league level.
I'm a little surprised only because I figured he would give him the opportunity to at least have that. We saw him work in a non-save situation and by no means sharp. As this one grounded back at Feldman, who throws to first. Retire Gonzalez. It's a 1-2-3 ninth. The Red Sox take a 1-run lead to the bottom of the ninth.
.7 WZLX. For over 20 years, Boston's classic rock. With Carlson and McKenzie in the morning and 10 in a row all day. 100.7 WZLX, Boston's classic rock. Listen today.
In the ATL. I've been saving this for 3 years. They need to get out of here. They all wanted one thing. I'm gonna make it. I won't forget where I come from. They wanted more. Tim T.I. Harris. Big Boy. ATL. Rated PG-13.
Stan, I love the smell of Ricoh printers in the morning.
You do you?
It smells like dependability.
So now you can smell dependability, Jerry.
Oh, yeah.
That's good to know.
Move your ideas forward with Ricoh Dependability.
I just got Verizon DSL service instead of cable, and I'm glad I got it.
It makes file sharing just fabulous. Boom.
So all you do is click, you drag the photo in, you send it.
The DSL thing has got me flying.
Verizon Online DSL is way faster than dial-up, and it's as low as $14.95 a month. Plus, it comes with everything to keep your computer safe.
Now you get pop-up blockers,
Firewall, an antivirus thing.
and parental controls.
I'm loving it. I'm saving a ton of money.
I had a lot of choices.
But I went with Verizon DSL.
Red Sox baseball in Nesson is brought to you by General Motors, by Aflac, by Dunkin' Donuts, by Hyundai, by Coors Light, and by Southwest Airlines. 2-1, Red Sox have the lead into the bottom of the ninth inning. And quite a night tonight for Josh Beckett, his Red Sox debut.
5 strikeouts for Beckett on fastballs. That a turnover fastball, another fastball there, and of course no shortage of excitement from Beckett and Schilling after his performance.
Save situation as we head to the bottom of the ninth inning, and Folk with the shirt on in the bullpen, and Jonathan Papelbon into the game.
Now let me tell you exactly how Francona is going to handle this after the game. As you look at Papelbon, 1 appearance, he's going to say to the media to protect Folk that, well, we had Papelbon up and ready to go. That's why he came into the game.
However, Jerry, this speaks volumes.
Absolutely.
Beyond anything, the confidence and the lack thereof that he has in Folk right now.
And this is going to light up the talk shows tomorrow. You can bet on that.
Rod Barajas to lead it off in the ninth. Barajas with a single in the second, fly to right in the fourth, popped out in the sixth as he takes strike 1. As I said last inning, Jerry, I am a little bit surprised in that I figured he would give him the opportunity to blow it at least.
I am and I'm not, only because of the conversation I had with him 2 days ago.
You could feel it at that point already. It was going to happen.
Is it possible to be I am and I'm not?
Pretty much, yeah, that's on both sides of the fence.
Yeah, that's throwing it out there, boy. I agree with you. I thought that he would be in a save situation, but on the other hand, I also know the way Francona's been thinking, and here it is, and I told you how he's going to get out of it after the game.
A 1-1 to Barajas, a check swing number, foul outside of first.
Let it go, let it go.
Red Sox trying to get it back in fair ground, never does.
And then he will follow up by saying the next save opportunity that comes up, it probably will be Folk. What's going to be interesting is how Folk handles it.
Yes, that's the bigger question too. Give him the vote of confidence in spring training that it was his job. The 1-2 fouled back to the backstop. But watching his outing the other day, certainly not making the manager confident, or Red Sox Nation for that matter. I imagine this won't help his confidence much either. One and two to Barajas. Swing and a miss. Big strikeout for Papelbon in the first out of the bottom of the ninth.
Papelbon with the 95-mile-an-hour fastball up and away from Barajas. Papelbon is a non-contact pitcher. He has the ability to get strikeouts late in the game.
Just going to ask you about that, Jerry. We've talked about the fact that he could become the closer. It does appear he has the exact makeup you'd want from a closer.
Well, what impressed me a year ago so much about him, Don, is the fact he didn't get rattled about anything. And that's what you look for from a guy late in the ball game. Now, you don't know how much success he's going to have. He's having it right now with 2 quick outs.
Gonzalez takes care of out number 2.
But he's got that kind of makeup and that kind of stuff to do that job.
We have seen in the early stages of his career no fear whatsoever in the eyes of Jonathan Papelbon. And he has 2 quick outs here in the bottom of the 9th inning. Brad Wilkerson, the batter. A double in the first, 2 strikeouts and a foul out. Ball 1 to Wilkerson. Papelbon trying to close the door on the Texas Rangers and give Josh Beckett his first win in a Red Sox uniform. A strike over the outside corner. 95 that time from Papelbon. Beckett went 7 tonight, allowed 1 run, 5 strikeouts tonight in his Red Sox debut. Just missing. Same spot. Veritek tried to frame it for home plate umpire Bruce Dreckman.
Let me give you a little hint. That did not miss. The umpire missed it.
So 2-1 now the count. Swing and a miss, and it's 2-2.
Upstairs that time. Wilkinson with that slight uppercut swing couldn't catch up to the high fastball from Papelbon.
He struck out Barajas and got Nix to pop out to short. Now the 2-2. He struck him out. Jonathan Papelbon strikes out Brad Wilkerson and the Red Sox win. Josh Beckett picks up his first victory in a Red Sox uniform as the Red Sox take 2 out of 3 from the Texas Rangers. And Trot Nixon with a big 2-run home run. And a great win tonight for the Red Sox on the road in Texas.
Well, very impressive 9th inning for Papelbon with a couple of strikeouts, and he puts away Wilkerson with the high fastball. Back-to-back pitches in the same location for the strikeout. We saw a lot of pumping of the fists of Red Sox pitchers tonight.
We got some competitive guys between Beckett and Papelbon, and Timlin in between. The Red Sox combined to beat the Texas Rangers in a 1-run game as Boston comes away with a 2-1 victory in impressive fashion tonight. So the Red Sox take 2 out of 3 from the Texas Rangers. And we step aside and come back with more from Texas.
What could be better than a free checking account? How about one that pays you interest, like free interest checking from Sovereign Bank? It's an interest-bearing account with no minimum balance and no monthly maintenance fee. You get free standard checks, free online banking with bill pay, and a Sovereign Visa check card or ATM card with no annual or monthly fee. Plus, there's no fee to use other banks' ATMs. It doesn't get much better than that. Free interest checking. The name says it all. Sovereign Bank.
Now, this here, that's the drain plug. It lets the oil drain out to the pan. Remember, she's got a lot of mileage on her, but one day, she'll be all yours.
Help keep the family car in the family with Valvoline Max Life, the most technically superior high-mileage motor oil. It's specially formulated to recondition seals to help prevent leaks, helping your high-mileage engine run for a long, long time. For a limited time, try up to 5 quarts of Max Life free. Maximum value $16. Limit to first 100,000 rebates.
Can't catch your Sox in time? At midnight on game nights, tune in Red Sox in 2 and edit it down 2-hour replay of the Sox game. So keep track of your Sox around the clock with Red Sox in 2.
Swing time! Wrap it up!
Grab the beer that starts out cold and ends up refreshing. Coors Light. Taste the cold.
Know the score before the game. Tune in. Olympia Sports presents the Boston Globe pregame report for analysis, player features, commentary, and more. Olympia Sports presents the Boston Globe pregame report 1 hour before game time on Nesson.
Well, a very exciting win for the Red Sox tonight. A 2-1 victory over the Texas Rangers. The play of the game is brought to you by Foxwoods Resort Casino. And tonight it's going to be the Josh Beckett show. 5 strikeouts on the night. His first performance in a Red Sox uniform. Tremendous emotion showed along with tremendous pitching.
So the final score, the Red Sox 2, the Texas Rangers 1. For Jerry Remy and Tina Servacio, I'm Don Orsillo saying good night from Texas. Log on to NESN.com, the ultimate destination for scores, news, video, and analysis. This has been a presentation of NESN, New England's most watched sports network. It's time now for WB Mason's Extra Innings with Tom Kameron and Gary DiSarcina. Good night, everybody.
All about the pitching in the third and final game of the 3-game set at Texas. How pumped up is Josh Beckett? For that matter, Curt Schilling, he didn't even pitch tonight. Watching Josh Beckett get the job done and watching another young gun, Jonathan Papelbon, with his first pro save. He steps in as the closer and seals the deal. The Red Sox win it 2-1. They take 2 out of 3. In Texas. Now they head to Baltimore. Welcome to WB Mason's Extra Innings, everyone. Tom Kameron along with Gary DiSarcina. We got plenty to talk about tonight, folks.
It started out slow, you know, a little bit of a pitcher's duel, sinker, slider. All of a sudden it turned into a great ending.
Now, Cameron Lowe was rolling along Trot Nixon, the offensive hero tonight, but the Josh Beckett era begins. The question is the Jonathan Papelbon era as a closer beginning, at least for this season? We'll break down what Josh Beckett did. We'll hear from the Red Sox pitcher tonight as well. Terry Francona will weigh in. And do we have a closer controversy? We'll find out certainly in the days to come, because the enduring image might be those fist-pumping reactions from the pitchers, but it's also that shot of the bullpen. Papelbon getting ready for the ninth as the closer. Keith Foulke just sat there with the sweatshirt watching everything unfold.
This game's about putting your egos aside and getting the job done, and it's the best man out there to get it done. And, you know, I think personally that Keith's probably not ready. He had very little spring training. He's got knees shot up with stuff in it, fluid in it. Maybe he's just not ready.
But don't you think he thinks he's ready?
Maybe not after his last outing. He got knocked around pretty well. Maybe he said something to Terry or whatever. But the bottom line for me is put your ego aside and you get the best guy out there to do the job. And for tonight, it was Papelbon to come in and shut him down.
Obviously, Papelbon did just that. He came in. Now, let's not forget, he was a closer in college. 13 saves at Mississippi State, 7th most in that school's history. But he had never closed out a game as a pro, and he steps in and does it with a 1-run lead in the 9th inning in Texas against a big hitting Rangers team. He gets the strikeout, blows it by Barajas, gets the quick pop out to shortstop from Lance Nixon, and then more heat as he gets Wilkerson to end the game.
He's got a live fastball. From the moment I saw him pitch last year, I said, this kid's going to be something special. I just like watching his act out there. He's got a great gig. He's got a great confidence about himself. He knows he has a good fastball, and he's got a little bit of arrogance too to him, which I kind of like. It's a little bit like Beckett, but in a different style. And he's going to grow into whichever role it is, closer or starter, he's going to grow into it.
Let's not forget, he never gets the opportunity for the save if not for that strange base running play as Manny Ramirez gets to throw a runner out in the 8th inning because Mike Timlin had trouble tonight.
He was a little sloppy out there. I thought Mike was sloppy. I don't know if it's because he has that, they talked about having a dead arm or tired arm, or maybe he's the type of guy, I think, I've seen him his whole career. The more Mike works, the better he gets. He hasn't worked it a little bit, was sloppy out there, but the play at the plate was just, that's silly.
Third base
basically
coach
silly.
Steve Smith. I mean, you wouldn't have done this for Team Italy, would you have?
No, it's just, first of all, I don't understand why he's so far down. The third base coach is so far down the line. And secondly, I mean, there's one out, potential bases loaded, and you get the guy thrown out, not even close. I'm sure Lowell was in a complete panic, you know, all of a sudden turned around and said, oh my God, this guy went. Makes a nice throw, and bang, it's not even close. You see the third base coach way down there.
Let's make it clear, he can't score. The third base coach cannot cross the plate and score a run, and maybe he wasn't aware of that.
He cannot. You know, the base runner's going off the coach. The coach is down there, he waved him. You know, you saw Teixeira, he comes around, he hesitated, and the old saying in baseball, anytime you hesitate, especially on the base paths, stop, because you're going to be out. Something bad's going to happen once you hesitate.
He never expected the wave.
Never expected the wave, and going back to base running, you have to run hard. That's the bottom line. You always run hard. He has the play in front of him. He knows best. He hesitated. He went on the coach, and it wasn't even close.
Testing Manny. I really think it was a case of the coach just trying to see. You know, Manny's got a reputation for sometimes he throws hard, sometimes he doesn't. I think they were testing him.
He gambled that he was going to be lazy on the ball. He gambled that he was going to come in and just be lazy on it. There's no sense gambling there. There's one out. You get the bases loaded with one out if you just hold them.
Josh Beckett gave up a quick run in the first inning, but boy, he was lights out after that. This is what people were excited to see tonight. Josh Beckett, just 25 years old. He won't turn 26 until May. He comes in and he pitches 7 strong innings. We said, would he follow the lead of Kurt Schilling? Yes, indeed. 7 innings from Schilling on Monday, 7 strong innings for Beckett, but trouble with the curveball, especially early on. Here he gets himself in trouble as the wild pitch sends Jimenez to third. He would then strike out Lance Nix, and then he gets Wilkerson, who has great numbers against Beckett. He gets him swinging, and Josh Beckett is pumped.
Beckett can do better. I think his curveball is non-existent. You know, he basically relied on his bread and butter, which was his fastball. And to get through 7 innings like he did just shows me the guts and the ability to put the fastball where he wanted to get outs. And that's having a game plan. On the left-handers, throwing that 2-seamer in and run it over like he did right there, but his curveball is non-existent.
So that's a good thing, isn't it? Josh Beckett wins a game, limits a team that can hit the ball to 1 run and didn't have his best stuff.
I don't think he had his best stuff, and I guarantee if you ask him, he's going to be very disappointed on his curveball.
Well, he'll be happy that he got the win and no doubt happy with the bullpen getting the job done. Let's go back down to Arlington right now, check in with Tina Servasio.
TC, thank you. We're heading into the clubhouse right now. Of course, we'll talk to Terry Francona. And then Josh Beckett on his first win with the Red Sox. We'll also see what Keith Folk has to say about not coming into close. Now let's send it to Hazel in Boston.
Tina, thank you. Hi, everybody. Bronson Arroyo has quite a blast in his debut with the Reds. Jimmy Rollins tries to extend his hit streak to 38 games. Plus, Kevin Millar and the Orioles battle the new-look Blue Jays. I'll have all that coming your way in a few minutes. Let's send it back to Tom Kameron.
Hazel, thanks very much. Team coverage of the Red Sox winning the 3rd game. The offense coming with 1 swing of the bat. Trot Nixon got both runs in on a 2-run shot, and the Sox behind great pitching win it 2-1. We're back after this.
It's your world, it's your life, it's your freedom that drives you. Subaru, think, feel, drive. It's your day, it's your night, it's your time, and you know it's
another day in Masonville, where the friendly office supply folks from WB Mason give you your own local service team. Yes, your own driver, sales rep, and service person who know you and your business. Well, over in Office Superstore land,
You shipped that order? Ask him. No, him. What order?
you get excuses. Now, any questions?
Who are those wonderful people?
Who but WB Mason?
100.7 WZLX. For over 20 years, Boston's classic rock. With Carlson and McKenzie in the morning and 10 in a row all day. 100.7 WZLX, Boston's classic rock. Listen today.
Wouldn't it be nice to be rewarded for your business? Business Owner Banking from Sovereign Bank does just that. You can get free business checking with 300 free transactions a month, free cash deposit processing, and our best personal checking account with preferred rates and discounts free. Get Business Owner Banking today, and we'll give you a free first order of checks up to a $100 value. See? Rewards are nice. Business Owner Banking, a more rewarding business relationship. Sovereign Bank.
Need more ice time? At midnight on game nights, tune in Bruins in 2 for a special 2-hour replay of the game. Keep track of your black and gold around the clock with Bruins in 2.
Now for the start of the game, brought to you by the Subaru dealers of New England. Subaru, think, feel, drive. Josh Beckett, 7 innings, scattering 7 hits. Just 1 run, the first batter of the game would score. Nobody else after that. He walked 1, and he struck out 5. The first inning, I wouldn't say downright shaky. Brad Wilkerson faced him a lot in the National League, has good numbers against Beckett. He gets a leadoff double and would ultimately score, so maybe a little bit of a rough start, but Beckett pitched well after
Turn it on a 95-mile-an-hour fastball. You better own that guy to be able to do that. Wild pitch curveball, that was non-existent. That pitch for him he was bouncing it all day. Threw one little hanger right there. This is the play that Gonzalez tries to make. Score the run on it. Infield hit. Not a lot of hard hit balls off him other than Wilkerson's double down the right field line.
That was it. They take care of business after that. That's a fielded choice off the bat of Teixeira. Nevin will fly out to center field. Coco Crisp has a beat on it, takes care of business, and after an infield single to Blaylock, 2 on 2 outs, Beckett will get Kevin Mensch to fly out to right field. So as the game went on, Beckett seemed to get his footing a little bit more and work out the communications with Jason Varitek. You wonder, Varitek was gone for a lot of spring training, catching for Team USA in the World Baseball Classic. Maybe didn't get as much time with Beckett as he would have liked down in Fort Myers. And early on, Gary, it looked like they were having a little trouble communicating, shaking off one another a couple of times, and you said that curveball was just going into the dirt all night long.
Without a doubt, these two haven't worked together. So in my mind, that's why they're miscommunicating, a lot of shaking off. You have the pitcher who, it's his game. He's got the ball in his hand. He knows what he wants to do. He knows what his best pitch is. And you have Jason, who is just as confident in his ability to call a game. These guys just haven't worked together. When they get on the same page and they work together, you won't be seeing many of these shake-offs. But bottom line for me is it's the pitcher's ball game. He knows what he wants to do. He probably knows he doesn't have his curveball in his bag. His bag of tricks is just 2 fastballs and a changeup. So, Jason doesn't know that as well. It's just a combination of Jason being away at the WBC and not getting to catch this guy.
As you can see, Beckett had great velocity all night long, but when he threw the curveball, especially you talked about that 12-6 curveball, that one was going in the dirt quite a bit.
I think he was probably trying to be throw too good of a pitch with it and just choking it, hanging on to it and bouncing it, trying to be too fine with it. I mean, I haven't seen him enough to know how many times he bounces a ball or a wild pitch. He had 2 tonight, and they said on the telecast he had 5 all year last year. So that tells me he's choking it, he's bouncing it all over the place, and it was non-existent. As a hitter going up to approach this guy in the 3rd, 4th inning, you're sitting fastball. You're not even going to offer at his curveball because you know it's not going to be for a strike.
But you talk about the communication coming together as the game went on. How about this? 81 pitches over the first 4 innings for Josh Beckett. Only 28 pitches to take care of business in the final 3 innings. He definitely got better and stronger as the game went on.
That's what an ace is supposed to do. An ace gets it done when he doesn't have his best stuff, and he gets it done as the game goes on. You always hear guys say, get the good pitches early. Get them early before they get in the rhythm. They come out of the bullpen in the first inning, attack them, get them. Because once an ace settles in, Halladay, all these guys who are aces, once they settle in, it's going to be a tough, long, hard night for you.
Beckett wound up retiring 12 of the final 13 batters he would face. Only an infield single from Kevin Mensch kept it from being a perfect 13 for 13. So if there were communication issues, they were certainly ironed out as the game went on, and they were in sync. Beckett was dealing from a stacked deck from that point on. He wins his Red Sox debut. Last year had a tremendous April pitching in Florida. He was 4-1 with an ERA of 1.36. So he has had his best success early and late in seasons, and that's good news for the Red Sox.
What I love about him is his drive, his bottom leg drive. That's his fastball. That's power. He's the ace in my mind, and he's going to get better as the season goes on. Stay out of the training room, take care of the blisters that have plagued him, and just continue to do what you're doing. He's going to be getting better and better. And along with Jason, learning how to, what he likes to do and how he likes to approach hitters, he's going to be fine. As
well as he was pitching, the Red Sox were still trailing 1-0 into the 7th inning. Manny Ramirez would get aboard with a leadoff walk, and Trot Nixon, this is shades of Memorial Day down in Yankee Stadium with Roger Clemens on the mound, drives in all the runs the Red Sox would need tonight. The 2-run shot ruining what had been an excellent night of work for Kameron Lowe. The only runs Lowe or any Rangers pitcher would give up on the night. First home run of the year for Nixon. He blasts one over to right field. The 2-run shot gives the Red Sox the 2 runs they need, and they wind up winning the game 2-1 as Papelbon comes on in the 9th and gets the save. So Trot Nixon, the offensive hero today. After the game, he stopped to speak with Tina Servasio.
Trot, how difficult was the Texas pitching until you finally solved them in the 7th inning?
Well, Kameron threw the ball well. At times he was what I call effectively wild. He would get behind the hitter and then make a few pretty good pitches, and we just try to do too much with the baseball out there instead of just letting him come to us and try to drive the ball back up the middle. And he got some ground ball outs that he needed and pitched out of some jams as well as Beckett did tonight. And that one pitch he threw to me was just a mistake pitch. When I hit it, he's not too small out there on the mound. He's about 6'8" out there, so I saw him kind of like squat down a little bit lower. But I was just fortunate to get that ball up in the air off a sinker ball pitcher and hit it out.
What was the mindset of the team you were able to get you guys to come from behind?
Well, I think we just, I was kind of upset at myself after the second at bat because I didn't let him go out there, and I didn't work the count as much as I should have. I saw a pitch that I thought I could hit very well, and I didn't, and that was just, Beckett was out there laboring at times out there in the field, and we needed to have some good at-bats at the plate, and, I kind of let one get away from me there. So, the third at-bat when I came up and hit the home run, I just wanted to kind of work the count. Manny did a good job of doing that also, making throw some pitches. Hopefully he ends up making a mistake, and when you get that mistake, you gotta make it pay for it. And Beckett and the pitching staff did a great job tonight. They kept us in the ball game because we were just kind of lackadaisical out there. But I'm sure it'll turn around when we go to Baltimore.
All right, Trot, thanks so much. With a game-winning home run, though, he definitely put the Red Sox ahead. TC, back to you.
Tina, thanks very much. The Red Sox have only played 3 games. The Center for Disease Control already stocking that hat. Every year you got to keep an eye on that hat. But, he talks about the team playing lackadaisical. They call him Volcano. He's an emotional guy. He's a guy who comes up with the big hit a lot of times and leads this team in a lot of ways. That's why you love Trot Nixon.
He took advantage of the one mistake this guy made. This guy pitched great. I thought he was down below hitting zone, ground balls. Ortiz hit 2 ground ball double plays. Kid makes one mistake, and that's the game. And that's the beautiful thing about this ball game. It's not Ortiz that beats you when he's got runners in scoring position. It's that one lousy mistake you make to one guy who has the capability of hitting a home run, and he took advantage of it and didn't miss it.
Took advantage of another mistake, the one from the third base coach, our W.B. Mason delivery of the game. Game of the 8th inning. 2 on, 1 out, Kevin Mensch at the plate. A solid, sharp single to left field. Chance for bases loaded and 1 out, but no. Third base coach Steve Smith amazingly sending Mark Teixeira in, and he is gunned down. 7-5-2 scored on your card as Manny comes up throwing. Remember, he led baseball with 17 outfield assists last year. Our W.B. Mason delivery of the game giving the Sox a chance to win 2-1, and that's exactly what they did tonight in Texas.
Many of the designer suits that we sell for $200 are made with the same quality and care as those that others sell for twice as much. Need a suit? Men's Warehouse. You're gonna like the way you look. I guarantee it.
Isn't it about time for an upgrade? Take advantage of the Acura upgrade opportunity and experience satellite-linked, voice-activated technology and special 2.9% APR financing.
Bergeron, great shift. Rebound, Raycroft dives. That'll get him going. Drilled him. Shot, score! Bruins turn the other way. Huge hit. Shot, score! Bruins lead 2-0.
Boston Red Sox early season coverage.
Strike three call!
Boston Bruins action. When your teams play at the same time, check out Red Sox baseball as always on Nesson and catch any same-time Nesson Bruins game coverage on an alternate channel.
Bergeron, what a move! Bergeron scores!
Same coverage, same time. For alternate channel information, log on to Nesson.com. Know the score before the game. Tune in. Olympia Sports presents the Boston Globe pregame report for analysis, player features, commentary, and more. Olympia Sports presents the Boston Globe pregame report 1 hour before game time on Nesson.
Oh, the Red Sox, an emotional win in Texas. Josh Beckett, his first American League win, his first with the Red Sox. Jonathan Papelbon, his first Major League save, and Trot Nixon, his first home run of the year. A night of firsts, leading the Red Sox to a one-run win and ruining Dollar Hot Dog Night at the ballpark. A tough night for Rangers fans, to say the least. Let's find out what else is happening in Major League Baseball. Go across the way. Our sports desk studio, Hazel May, standing by.
TC, thank you. Hi, everybody. Another busy night around Major League Baseball, and the Yankees again with a late start out in Oakland. Let's check in on the state of the Empire, brought to you by Polaris. Dare to compare. And Johnny Damon, 5 for 11 with 2 runs in his first 2 games as a Yankee. You can't see him, but I promise you, there he is. He was 1 for 3 so far in this game. But let's check in on Hideki Matsui. Top of 2, no score. Gets a whole lot of baseball here. That's a solo blast to center off Dan Herron. He had 23 last year, drove in 116, so needless to say, we expect things from Hideki. 1-0 New York there. We expect things from Gary Sheffield as he launches this 3-run shot down the left field line. 4-0 New York, and your update is still 4-0 in the 4th inning. On a Bronson Arroyo making his first start for the Reds at home against the Chicago Cubs. Bottom 3, Bronson leading off. He turns and bids this one bye-bye. It's a home run to left off of Glendon Rush, his first career home run. We're tied at 2s, top of 5, 2 down, and Freddie Bynum will admire Arroyo's fine work there. One of Bronson's 7 Ks of the day. Reds win it 8-6. Now in Philadelphia, it didn't take long for Jimmy Rollins to extend his hitting streak to 38 games. He rips this double down the line off the Cardinals' Mark Mulder on the second pitch he saw in the game. It's the longest hit streak in the majors since Paul Molitor had a 39-gamer back in 1987. Now tonight on Sports Desk, presented by FW Web, suppliers to contractors and industry since 1866. We've got the Celtics taking on the Wizards. Tiger Woods talks about why he's not so focused on the Masters this weekend, and some very interesting info on Major League Baseball player salaries and team payrolls. Good thing we don't have Nesson's payrolls up there, TC. That's moments away. Right now, back to you. I'm not on the top of the list, so whatever.
Might be interesting in-house reading, to say the least. All right, we're going to take a break, come back to talk about interesting. Keith Folk didn't get in the game, but no doubt it'll be interesting to see what he has to say. We will hear from the Red Sox closer, who did not close this one out. Those honors went to Jonathan Papelbon, and he gets his first professional save. The Sox beat the Rangers 2-1. Back after this.
Stan, I love the smell of Ricoh printers in the morning.
You do you?
It smells like dependability.
So now you can smell dependability, Jerry.
Oh, yeah.
That's good to know.
Move your ideas forward with Ricoh Dependability.
This is the Ford Explorer, totally redesigned for comfort and control, with the most standard safety features in its class and a new engine that delivers more horsepower and better fuel economy. All wrapped around an interior that's more flexible than ever before, so it's not only safer, more comfortable, and more powerful. It's the best Explorer ever. Get into an Explorer Eddie Bauer 4x4 for just $299 a month, plus we'll match your down payment on the best-selling SUV 14 years in a row, only at your local Ford store.
Every game ends with overtime. Your Bruins post-game show featuring game analysis, interviews, press conferences, and more. Stay tuned to Nesson, because every game ends with overtime.
I'm not afraid to speak my mind. He couldn't break a pane of glass, and neither are the Boston Globe sports writers.
If we worried about him, we'd all be in the loony bin for crying out loud.
The Boston Globe Sports Plus combines New England Sports Page with New England Sports Network.
The Boston Globe sports columnists face off.
Joe loves money.
No hiding behind the pages here.
Shame on the agent.
And news-making interviews only the Boston Globe and Nesson can deliver.
The Boston Globe Sports Plus on Nesson. New England Sports Page on New England Sports Network. Can't catch your Sox in time? At midnight on game nights, tune in Red Sox in 2, an edited down 2-hour replay of the Sox game. So keep track of your Sox around the clock with Red Sox in 2.
Here's my question, TC. Why should I watch Barry on Barry if Barry doesn't watch Barry on Barry? They had a rainout yesterday in San Diego. The show comes on, and what does Barry do? He watches the women's Final Four. He watches the Red Sox.
I was thinking about that streak. You know, when I had my 6-game streak, there's a lot of pressure on you. But this kid's had all winter to think about how many games he's hit in a row. And that's a lot of thinking. A lot of things can happen.
This is not something where you get a kid in the minor leagues and say, okay, we're going to train you to be a knuckleball catcher. You just don't do that. I mean, it's learning on the job, and that's what's happened with Josh Buck.
The threshold question is, will he pitch again? And he will only do so if he feels he can compete at the highest level. And then if he does want to pitch, he's looking for a winning environment and a place he feels comfortable. And the relationship between Roger and the Red Sox is great right now. And even if he doesn't come back and pitch, or doesn't come back and pitch for the Red Sox, I think that's a good thing.
Well, obviously, you can't afford to miss Olympia Sports presented the Boston Globe pregame report an hour earlier than we've been of late. As we get back to a normal Eastern time zone, we give them your way before the Baltimore game on Friday. Weekly conversation with Terry Francona. Look at just how tough the AL East will be this season. And Nick Cafardo joining us for the first time this season as our Globe insider. Coming off a series win in Texas, the Red Sox take 2 out of 3 after a tough pitchers duel tonight. Both of the first 2 games were blowouts, the Red Sox winning with big offense on Monday, Texas answering with the big bats yesterday, but tonight belonged to the pitchers. However, Keith Foulke was not one of those pitchers. The closer did not come out for the 9th inning. A 1-run lead, and the ball went to Jonathan Papelbon. Let's hear from Foulke in the clubhouse back in Texas.
I don't wake up in the morning and go to the grocery store and tell everybody I'm the closer. You know, I'm here. I'm a Boston Red Sox, and that's what I am. That's, go out there and win a World Series. That's all I'm here for.
What do you think you have to do to throw better? I mean, what needs improvement in your mind?
Got any ideas?
Nope.
No, I mean, we're working on stuff, and the other day I went out. I felt better. But it's the other day I was just lacking a little control. So it's we're just going to keep building. It's this is the hand that I've been dealt, and we're going to deal with it.
You think it just stems from not getting a lot of work in during the spring because you're still rehabbing?
I guess it's I don't know. I'm not really going to put that much thought into it. I'm going to go out there and bust my tail every day and keep improving like I think I am, and also the staff thinks I am. So it's oh well.
Oh, well, says Keith Foulke. He's saying all the right things. I mean, as you said, you got to check your ego at the door, and that seems to be what he's trying to do. We have seen this happen. A classic example just last season in Oakland. Octavio Dotel was brought in to be their closer. He struggled. Remember the back-to-back walk-off home runs at Fenway Park. Yep. Houston Street gets an opportunity. He never looks back. This could be the same for Papelbon this year anyway.
Well, I think the one problem that Keith has is he's just a little bit short with his fastball. As a hitter, if you're going to go up to approach him, you don't even look fastball. You look off speed, you look change up, something soft. and you get on the dish and you make him throw strikes. And if he's not having his pinpoint control, you have him. You got him. And that's what's happened to him. His fastball is a little short, and his changeup is just not separated. There's no separation. He can't keep you honest right now.
You know, the great thing about tonight, a 25-year-old pitcher gets the win, and a 25-year-old pitcher gets the save. That bodes well for the future of the Red Sox pitching staff. We'll take a break. Josh Beckett was the 25-year-old getting the win, his first with the Red Sox, 1-0, and he was pumped after keeping the Rangers to 1 run through 7 innings and giving the chance for the Red Sox to win 2-1 the final.
Lauren and Wally, and the songs you grew up with. 105.7 WROR. .7 WROR. Lauren and Wally in the morning. And the songs you grew up with all day. 105.7 WROR.
Silly little fairy.
Oh! Introducing the all-new Dodge Caliber. It's anything but cute.
With a WB Mason Gold Star delivery, anything less than perfection just won't do. Gold Star drivers are trained to work miracles to deliver your office supplies the very next day at amazingly low prices without back orders or short shipments. Call 1-888-WB-MASON if something's missing from your office supply delivery.
Who are those wonderful people?
Who but WB Mason?
The Red Sox are packing up the truck, heading to the plane, and flying off to Baltimore. A day off tomorrow. Then they take on the Orioles for 3. We're back with a preview of that and a whole lot more. Terry Francona will weigh in on the win. It's all coming up on Granite City Electric's Extra Innings Extra next.
What is Sports Desk? Sports Desk is a half-hour sports news program focused on getting you the scores and bringing viewers the stories behind the teams. It's not just about the result, it's also about the drama that unfolds leading up to the final score. Nesson Sports Desk, your sports, your teams, first and fast.
Nesson Sports Desk at a time that's right for you. Nesson makes it easy to follow the puck. Andy Brickley and Dale Arnold call you at home. Jack Edwards and Brick pick up the puck on the road.
That'll get him going. Shot, save, Toivonen. Score!
And Rob Simpson keeps an eye on it ringside.
Check it out.
Studio host Eric Freed and Nesson analysts pick up the puck before it's dropped and put it in the net for the night. It's easy to follow the puck on Nesson. Just watch.
Now, this here, that's the drain plug. It lets the oil drain out into the pan. Remember, she's got a lot of mileage on her, but one day, she'll be all yours.
Help keep the family car in the family with Valvoline Max Life, the most tech.
The new world champion will be back after your local news.
This is a News Center update.
Good morning, all. I'm Lee Nelson. Coming up, an 18-year-old dies in a car crash in Lewiston. First, though, let's get a check of the weather forecast. Mr. Mannix is here. What you got for us, Kev?
Well, we've got temperatures in the low mid-30s. We've got sunshine across southern areas and breaks now showing up along the Mid-Coast Capital District as well. Still a lot of clouds in eastern Maine, and the radar still showing some scattered light to moderate wet snow and rain-snow mixtures coming down. But as you can see, it's starting to break up and fall apart, and that trend will continue the rest of the morning. This afternoon, partly sunny over southern areas, and the snow tapers to showers with some late-day clearing in the east. Temperatures a little cooler with the cloud cover in eastern Maine, a little warmer in southern areas with the sunshine. Tonight, partly cloudy on average, around 30. Next storm arrives with some rain in the afternoon and at night Friday. We get a rain or snow shower Saturday morning, then breaking clouds, and Sunday and Monday right now looking pretty good.
Good. All right, Kevin, thank you very much. Let's check the news now. Police in Lewiston are investigating a fatal crash. 18-year-old Kenneth Jellison of Auburn died in the crash. He was a passenger in a car that went off the road on Canal Street last night. The driver of the car, who is 17, was taken to CMMC with broken bones and a possible head injury. Police say the driver lost control going around a corner, then hit a pole, and that speed was likely a factor. In fact, witnesses say the boys may have been racing another car. Police are still working to determine if that was the case. Both teens seniors at Edward Little High School in Auburn. Emergency crews in Portland had to rush to the scene of an accident early this morning involving a car and a house. As you can see, the car crashed right into a home on Spring Street. This is around 4 a.m. The driver was able to get out of the car and did go to the hospital to be checked out. Police say the driver should be okay. Boston Celtics taking on the Washington Wizards last night. First, the good news here. Paul Pierce tossed in 29 points, going past the 2,000-point mark for the fourth time in his career. That ties him with Larry Bird for the franchise record. But the bad news is the Celtics lost 108 to 91.
Nah, they're not in the playoffs anyway.
That's right. Neither are the Bruins. That's it for now, but we're right back here in 25 with more.
Bill Green's Maine, Saturday nights at 7 on WLBZ2.
I can help people. I love that aspect of the National Guard. The Maine National Guard has border patrol with Canada. Any natural disasters, even if it's not in your own state, you can get called upon to help with that. While I was in Iraq, I learned a lot about myself, what I could withstand, what my limitations were. The Guard has changed my life in countless ways. It's got me on the right track, it's got me going to college, and it's helped me 100%. Hear how the Guard changed my life at 1-800-GO-GUARD.com.
On the next Access Hollywood, what you didn't know about Meredith Vieira.
You know, kicked her out of the apartment at some point when she was naked.
Then, the lost Brando screen tests.
Now you turn your head for us.
Sure. Plus, the phenomenon sweeping the country. Zach, Lucas, Ashley, and Vanessa. The craze your kids and ours can't live without. What'd you like about it? Next, Access Hollywood.
Weeknights at 7:30.
The Maine Discovery Museum, too much fun. Hi, I'm News Center's Donna Gormley, and this is my son Cole. We are lucky to have a place where imagination takes flight and learning is hands-on and fun, and it's right in downtown Bangor. Bring the whole family to experience creativity, music, science, and nature like you've never seen before.
Learn more about birthday parties, scout badge presentations, overnights, and more. Visit a new website at mainediscoverymuseum.org.
You gotta go to Gilley's for the best selection of running boards or steps. For your truck or sport utility vehicle, step up to Gilley's in East Holden.
Where you can leave the installation to us.
News and weather online anytime at WLBZ2.com.
We're back with another hour of today on the Thursday morning, 6th day of April, 2006, and you're looking at some of the people who dropped by just to say hey on this nice Thursday morning here in New York City. We thank them very much for making us a part of their morning. And we've come outside again. I know it is a little chilly. It's kind of one of those days you don't know whether it's a coat day, like the ladies have decided it is,
It's a
or
blue blazer day.
a blazer day.
You guys.
Like us, yeah.
You guys look nice.
Well,
I have
thank
to
you
say,
very
I
much.
was
You
watching
guys
you
match.
from
Sporty.
the back,
What's
and I was
great is
like,
you
I
didn't
like
have
that
to. You were
jacket.
checking me out from the
Well,
back?
no, I thought, no, I like that jacket. It's really pretty.
Thank you.
It's so yours.
Anyway, outside Studio 1A, I'm Matt Lauer, along with Katie Kirk, Al Roker, and Natalie Morales. And you know, a lot of people were asking yesterday, you know, we showed that early screen test of Marlon Brando, which was really cool, very young man.
It was for the Liberace story.
Yeah, a lot of people, no, it's just voice was a little high. Anyway, a lot of people asking how you can get a copy of that. Actually, it is part of a new DVD box set, the Tennessee Williams collection, and it's going to be in stores on May 2nd, I think it is.
All right, good to know. Meanwhile, coming up in this half hour, a lot of people these days, as you all know and have read, I'm sure, are turning to something called a life coach to help them navigate their lives, I guess get their priorities straight, stay in the right mindset. But if you think you need one, there are a few things you need to know. We're going to tell you what you should look for and what you should look out for if you're considering hiring such a person.
All right. Also, as the weather starts to warm up a little bit, time to strip down. Time to start taking off the layers. So if you feel self-conscious about your body, we've got some advice on how to make you look better, feel better about your body, but also some fashion tips on how to accentuate what you have.
Why are you looking at me the whole time?
Because you're a girl. Okay. You get it.
We don't have these issues.
No, we don't. No,
we have other issues.
Gotta lie. We don't
have to worry
we
about
have
it.
plenty of issues, but we don't have time for that. But if you want to get that body looking good after you've stripped down, our Work Outside the Box series, we're going to introduce you to a new kind of workout that is involving Indian dance.
It's called masala bhangra, and it's not a food.
But I like saying it.
Masala bhangra, isn't it?
Yeah,
It's very spicy.
Yeah.
Before we get to that, let's go back inside. Anne's got the headlines of the morning. Hey, Ann.
All right, okay, you guys come in from the cold. Looks like you're a little bit cold this morning. Good morning, everybody, once again. In the news this morning, the final phase of the trial of Zacarias Moussaoui is getting underway today in Virginia. Former New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani will be among the first witnesses. Jurors are deciding whether Moussaoui will face life in prison or the death penalty. The U.S. military said today that DNA tests confirm a terror suspect captured last month in Iraq is the prime suspect in last year's kidnapping of an Italian journalist. He's also believed to have close ties to terror leader Abu Musab al-Zarqawi, blamed for much of the violence in Iraq. Meantime, a car bomb exploded in Najaf today near one of the holiest Shiite shrines in the world, killing at least 15 people. At Duke University, the lacrosse team's coach resigned Wednesday, and the rest of the season has been canceled amid allegations that some of the team's players sexually assaulted a stripper at a party. One of the players was also suspended for allegedly sending an email saying he wanted to invite strippers to his dorm to kill them. Britain has reported its first case of bird flu found in a dead swan off the Scottish coast. And Egypt said today that a third person died from the virus and that 2 other people have become infected there. A jury in New Jersey, has ordered Merck to pay $4.5 million to a man who claimed that the drug Vioxx caused him to have a heart attack. And an ancient form of transportation is bringing the modern world to parts of Thailand. On Wednesday, an elephant was used to haul satellite dishes to a remote village to help doctors get the latest medical information. Kind of cool. It is now 3 minutes past the hour. Let's get a check of the weather now with Al.
Today's weather is brought to you by Revlon.
And good morning. It's your 17th birthday. What's your name?
Deanna Stuckman.
And where are you from?
Bucyrus, Ohio.
Oh, you weren't Sir for a second there.
No.
All right, Bucyrus. Everybody here from Bucyrus? Yeah. All right, good to see you. And Norton Carlisle School, where good minds meet. We like that. There aren't any here, but we're glad you've got good minds. Let's check your weather, see what's happening. And we got a severe weather outbreak today from the extreme northeastern tip of Texas all the way up into southern Minnesota and on into parts of the Dakotas. We really are looking for some severe weather later today. Heavy rain also developing there later on today from Chicago to Omaha down into Little Rock, anywhere from 1/2 inch to 2 inches of rain. And you can see on the radar things starting to fire up there even this early. That's what's going on around the country. Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Good morning. Snow tape to rain, snow showers, improvements mid-late afternoon. Partly sunny skies farther south with mountain snow showers today. It remains cool and unsettled into the first half of the weekend. Yet another storm brings some rain Friday afternoon, Friday night. Then after some morning showers Saturday, the rest of the weekend on into early next week looking more beautiful and spring-like. More later here on Today.
And a nice-looking group right over here. Let's head over now to Washington, D.C. and say hello to Mr. Willard Scott. How are you, sir?
Hoo, 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 hoo. Hey, I tell you, we're proud as peacocks here in your nation's capital. The women's basketball team, University of Maryland, they did it, #1. And, I mean, absolutely incredible. We love them so much. And good old George Mason, which is a beautiful school, community college over in Virginia. And, of course, you know the story there. Everything good happening from your nation's capital. Almost time to start making dandelion wine. We'll talk about that at a later program. Hey, happy birthday from Smuckers. Always a pleasure to have some birthday boys and girls. And we have Bertha Benjamin of Los Angeles, California, 100, retired salesperson, active at her church as a Sunday school teacher for many, many years. We wish Bertha a happy birthday. Tilly, I love Tilly Gutterman, Beechwood, Ohio, 100 years old today. Wasn't she Rosie the Riveter's friend Tilly to something back in the World War II? Enjoys playing bridge, canasta, poker, and close to her large family. That's sweet. Isabel Bruning, Evergreen, Colorado, is 100 years old, loves to knit, tat, and crochet. I learned what tatting is. We don't talk about that when I talk about the wine. Enjoys playing gin rummy and writing letters. You teach you how to make gin. That's it. Back in the Depression they did that. Dr. Lloyd Cochran, Albany, Oregon. Juniper berries, you know. 100 years old, still working as a plant pathologist, attributes longevity to eating fruits and veggies and keeping up with current events, and that's important when you watch the Today Show. Margaret Lipp, New Haven, Connecticut, 102, enjoys a good joke once in a while, keeps active, and loves to visit with her family. Pretty lady, look at that, she never 102. Estelina Strauss, Rosemead, California, is 100 years old. Good health, still writes letters, recites poetry, reads the Bible, enjoys going to church, shopping, and visiting her family and friends. And that's nice, very glamorous. Estelina, you are glamorous. Speaking of glamorous, the only woman I'll ever love. Here's Katie.
Thanks so much, Willard. Up next, life coaches. What are they, and do you actually need one? But coming up next on Today, a non-conventional form of dance. Mama Dom and Papa Dom, hurry up and start moving. Turning a traditional dance into a fun workout on our series, Work Outside the Box. How to get a Bombay body right after this.
Introducing Vital Radiance, a revolution in makeup.
My makeup just wasn't working as well. I just didn't look like myself.
She looked like herself, just not as good as herself. New Vital Radiance, the makeup system for changing skin. The smoothing primer preps skin for your foundation. The line softening makeup really perks up your color. And the Vital Radiance blush, natural, never streaky.
Now she looks like herself, only better. I knew there was a reason I liked you.
New Vital Radiance in your cosmetics aisle. Call for free samples at 1-800-RADIANT.
Mornings around here aren't just hectic. Oh, they're insane. But no matter how crazy it gets, I insist on serving a hot breakfast. That's why I love these.
Aunt Jemima frozen pancakes, light and fluffy homemade taste the easy way.
Why go out for great Italian? Bertolli! When there's Bertolli frozen dinners. Savor plum shrimp scampi and linguine al dente, served with roasted red peppers, all in a luscious garlic sauce. Just saute and serve. Now you don't have to be an Italian chef
Bertolli.
to be an Italian chef. Try the whole menu of Bertolli frozen dinners.
Childhood quickly flies away, like cookies on a plate. So let us bake some more today. And maybe time will wait.
Make magical memories with new Nestle Toll House Easter cookie shapes. Just place, bake, and decorate in chocolate chip and sugar cookies with 2 kinds of icing. New Nestle Toll House Easter cookie shapes. Bake the very best.
Recently, I got a free brake inspection at my GM dealership. Turns out the place where I originally had the work done had put my brake pad on improperly. Mr. Goodwrench found a little thing that saved me from a big problem. Thanks, Mr. Goodwrench.
That's why we're here.
GM Goodwrench, because who knows what's down the road.
Some things men don't want to talk about,
like prostate problems. But I learned 1 in 3 men will have them, so I switched to One-A-Day Men's.
A complete multivitamin plus lycopene, which Harvard studies suggest may help prostate health.
Some things are healthy to talk about.
One-A-Day Men's.
When something really fits, you can feel it, like the fit you get with C-Bond denture adhesive. It's the only wafer that has a gasket effect that locks dentures in place. Only C-Bond gives you all-over coverage, all-over hold in a wafer. No mess, no ooze.
When your dentures really fit, you can feel it.
Now, lock dentures in place with C-Bond, the adhesive wafer with the gasket fit. C-Bond.
Brokeback Mountain on DVD, the best picture of the year. Now you can own the Academy Award-winning film. Brokeback Mountain on DVD today.
You may be satisfied with the life you have, but deep down inside, do you think you could do more or be more? Well, the growing trend of life coaches may be just the thing you need to give your life a jump start to a more fulfilling and happier life.
I'd never heard of a life coach before you walked in here today.
It's a growing alternative, a good one, I think, for those of us who've spent too many years on a couch and still aren't happy.
A life coach is someone who...
I'm not sure.
I have never heard of a life coach.
We don't know what a life coach is.
Oh, it could potentially be someone that helps you with your life. A life coach.
Good question, actually.
A life coach is someone who really helps people find their best life. And we do that in a lot of different ways. We help them look at their perspectives. We look at where their vision is for themselves and how their beliefs are matching that vision. A life coach supports people in having a great life, in having their career, their families, their self really be supported, having them be creative and satisfied and successful in their lives.
I'm Barbara Snyder. I'm a single mom with 2 daughters. My business in embroidery is all custom work in the equestrian world. I'm so familiar with that because of my daughter's sports in equestrian riding. That's where my contacts were. That's what made sense for me.
What affected you making that decision?
After signing up with Penelope for life coaching, my life has been a lot more fulfilled. When I started, I had no clear direction of a career path for myself. I had a lot of ideas. She helped me focus. She helped me pursue and research. She encouraged me to pursue and research all of the ideas I had.
I've done hats to get my name out there, and I have one just for you.
I think a lot of people could really benefit from a life coach. They're very inspirational.
Laura Birdman Fortgang is a veteran life coach and the author of Now What? 90 Days to a New Life Direction. Ann Sedler is one of Laura's clients. Guys, good to see you.
Hello.
So I'm going to start with you, Laura. This life coaching thing, why do we need life coaches? What has happened in our world that we have to have a life coach?
Well, what's happened in our world is it's moved faster. Our mentors don't stay in one place. They're not in our company for years and years. We don't talk to our relatives as often. We've lost sort of that touchstone person in our life. And so people are out of touch with themselves. And as I write in my book, Now What? I've seen in the last 4.5 years since 9/11 a trend of people actually saying, I need more meaning. It needs to be meaningful. I don't know what I'm doing. So people come to a coach to get structure, direction, and take action.
Is there one overriding reason why people would hire a life coach?
There's a gap between where they are and where they want to be. That's the reason.
So you could get it for career reasons, personal, corporate, small businesses?
Yes, really, coaches are generalists. We're experts in the process of how to get you from one place to another, and the specialties around that are very varied.
Now, there's no regulation of life coaches, unlike, whether it's psychotherapy or something like that. So you say to choose a life coach, you should do several things. First of all, you should interview at least 3.
Yeah, shop around. You want to see that this person has coach training, specific coach training, and a specific coach credential.
In fact, you say ask for coaching credentials. What's the credential?
There are training programs, accredited training programs, and there's something called the International Coach Federation, coachfederation.org, where you can find someone that has a coaching credential. That means they have a certain amount of hours of training, and they're proven to get results.
And you should get their previous experiences and look for a rapport, obviously.
Yes, you want to like your coach.
So Ann, you obviously somebody like Laura, why did you need one? What were you looking for?
Well, I really wasn't looking. I didn't know about it at the time, but I was at sort of a symposium for women on a Saturday, and Laura was doing a breakout session, and I walked by the room, and something drew me into the room to listen to her.
So how has your life changed since you've been working with Laura, and how long have you been working with her?
Well, we worked for about a year, and we keep our paths crossed now and again, and we stay in touch. What was your original question?
How's your life better
okay.
now?
Originally, when I was drawn into that room where Laura was speaking, I had been through a divorce. My life was still in upheaval. I wasn't where I wanted to be. There was a big gap, as Laura mentioned before, and I needed to move on from some of the issues that were plaguing me.
Laura, a lot of this sounds like therapy, in a sense.
Sounds like therapy, but different than therapy. And let me tell you how. Therapy, and your trained therapist, is going to help you look at the past and heal the past to make you okay with today.
So it's not about healing the past.
It's not about healing the past. It's about taking today, leveraging what's right, and creating a future. That's the difference.
Okay, now how much does this cost?
Coaching is not cheap. The national average is about $350 a month for 4 appointments a month. But I want to let people know that most coaches will have scholarship slots for people who can't afford it. And again, the Coach Federation, coachfederation.org, they have a referral service where you can find a pro bono coach or someone at a lower cost. So we don't want it to be just a highfalutin thing and a luxury item.
Is this fad or here to stay?
You know, I've been doing this 15 years, so the fact that the media is making a big deal out of it now, to me is like, well, where you been? No, it's here to stay. As long as people realize that there's something missing, and today with the world a little out of whack, we all feel like we need to cling to something. So there's a gap between where you are, you want to be, you need a coach.
Lauren Burnman, Fortgang, and Ann Sedler, thank you so much. Good luck, and I hope you can get a weather coach. I could use one of those. Find a weather coach.
I don't know.
For more information on life coaches, check out our website at today.msnbc.com. Coming up next, spring fashions you can wear with confidence. That's right after this. Good song.
They're wild. But they weren't endangered until they hit New York.
Who put that bar there? Go on, you mutts. We could have taken you to a disco.
Critics are calling The Wild uproarious. With stunning state-of-the-art graphics, it's a leading contender for the year's best animated film.
Get a grip!
Walt Disney Pictures' The Wild. Rated G. In theaters April 14.
Do I look trashy in this?
How old am I? I'll never tell.
Lots of things can give away your age, even your teeth. So whiten yours with new Crest White Strips Renewal. The age-defying strips remove up to 20 years of your toughest stains, letting you keep your age all to yourself.
Your kids can't wait for summer. They don't have to.
Sunny D!
Sunny D has bottled the fun and sun of summer with a unique blend of 5 summery fruit flavors, plus vitamin C. So you can give your kids a taste of summer every day.
Sunny D! Summer forever!
Now in orange peach and orange strawberry.
Looking for a tasty nighttime snack that won't undo your whole day? Research shows replacing your evening snack with a lower-calorie snack like a bowl of Special K red berries may help you lose weight. Sweet strawberries, crunchy golden flakes, and ice-cold milk.
Y'all ready for this?
Satisfy your cravings with the one nighttime snack you won't regret in the morning. Special K, the prize is inside.
If you're taking a pain reliever for your arthritis pain, you could be taking something that may interact with your prescriptions. The pure pain relief of Tylenol Arthritis Pain works all day, and when used as directed, has fewer drug interaction risks than the NSAID Aleve.
When play comes first, it really fires up the imagination.
It's grilling time!
Charlie Cole, the talking grill.
It's time for a hot dog.
Okay, Charlie. One cheesy hot dog burger coming up.
Play comes first at Play School.
For every woman, there is that one color she looks best in.
What's right for one isn't necessarily right for another. That's why Jergens Natural Glow Daily Moisturizer is now in 3 shades. So you can have the summer glow that looks best on you. And to complete your glow, try new Natural Glow Face Moisturizer. Jergens Natural Glow. Glowing skin is in.
This morning on the Couch with Gail Salt's spring fashion and body image. Ever wonder what it would be like to have the body of a model? Only 2% of Americans know that feeling, but no matter what size you are, looking in the mirror can be often frustrating. So with spring on its way, that means it's time to shed the winter layers and start a body image workout.
I find that women these days are completely obsessed with self-image. However, I can't complain about it because I'm one of those people as well.
You always feel that people are going to be more attracted to that supermodel, thin.
You look at someone in a magazine and it's very cliche. You have to be that kind of person. You have to be the pretty girl. You have to be the skinny girl.
Am I allowed to say my butt?
I would say probably my midsection and my behind. Well, I used to be a dancer, so I've got quite thick thighs, so I try to cover those up as much as possible.
Cover up what I call my J-Lo booty.
Oh yeah, my bottom. Always, that's the main area that I'm worried about.
As far as body image, nobody's ever happy. Like, people tell me all the time they love to have my body. I'm a size 0, but I hate it. Like, I'd love to be a good, 6'8", and, fill out my clothes.
I can't tease myself or taunt myself. You know, what I am is what I am. Gotta accept it.
Dr. Gail Salt is a psychiatrist and Today contributor, and Bobby Thomas is today's style contributor. Good morning to both of you.
Good morning, Ann.
Never in the year is it more traumatic to sort of address this issue than when we start moving into warmer temperatures, because we've gotten so cozy in our sweaters.
Well, you have to peel off the layers.
Give us some help on this.
Everything gets more form-fitting. You have to show a little more skin. And actually, that can be a wonderful and enjoyable thing if you like your body. But for those people, and it's probably most women, in fact, there was a recent study that showed that 83% of college girls diet whether they have any weight issue or not. People are chronically dieting and trying to do something about their bodies because they're so conflicted about it. So, what can you do about it?
Well, what can you do? And I think that's, you advise that we accept our own bodies by acting, number one.
Yes, number one is acting. And that means that obviously if you're unhappy, rather than spending huge amounts of time thinking about it or criticizing yourself about it, you should think about, eating healthily. Everything's about moderation. People go nuts and get very extreme. So eat in moderation and find an activity that's not so much about a grind, that's exercise, but something that represents you, something that feels like it's fun and represents your personality. Maybe that's going to be belly dancing, maybe it's going to be golf, maybe it's going to be yoga, but an activity that you can feel sort of shows your personal insides.
Yeah, and that might just get you into some better shape. Of course, if you have an obesity issue or those kinds of issues, you should definitely go see a doctor.
Absolutely.
And begin that process. Be inspired. Go take care of yourself. You also say accept, be aware of self-criticism, and redirect the criticism of others.
If you added up all the time that you spend criticizing yourself in a day in your head,
could change
which I
the world.
advise you to do, and you could think about something else you could do with that time, I think it would help inspiring you. And of course, appreciating what you've got. I actually say, look in a mirror and pick 3 things that you do like about yourself. We're always looking in the mirror and saying, oh, I hate this, I hate that. And we're thinking about things from the past. So, somebody who told you your thighs were thick as a teenager, and how that sticks with you, and how that may have nothing to do with the present, and you need to go back and rethink it.
Bobby, you've come to give us some advice in terms of how to make best use of fashion to help flatter our shapes and feel better. But this is a tough time.
Gail's
We're moving into
important.
wearing white instead of black, which is more slimming.
You do have to look like what you see in the mirror, and I say show off your shape. The biggest mistake is to try to hide under those layers and the clothing. I think it's really important to not focus on size, focus on proportion. There are so many beautiful women of every size. It's just about, creating balance and knowing how to, make a pleasing silhouette. But I think there are so many beautiful things about bodies. It's not just a size 0, and you heard the woman in the tape say, I want to fill out my clothes. I think it's about understanding your body shape and using that tool.
Exactly, that, which is in partnership with this idea of self-acceptance. I think that, some of the most beautiful women I've ever met are women who are so clear, and no matter what size. I mean,
Confident.
I've seen huge women who just come in with this big, huge smile and this great aura about them. I mean, that really is attractive.
Very confident. Be yourself. Have an individual sense of style. Trendiness is a trap. I'm, always doing segments saying this
But
is the
you
hot
are into
trend.
trends.
Yes, and people come and ask me what's in, what's out, and my answer always is whatever works for you. Trends are just out there to show you what's new and what's fun, and style is a way for you to communicate who you are to the world without words.
We don't have a lot of time,
That's really
but there is a way to wear white really quickly.
Yeah, some people who are afraid of white, you don't have to go with stretch cotton. Try denim or some structured, clothing.
All right, on that note, we have to leave it. Thank you both.
My pleasure.
Back with more after this.
I have a love relationship with food.
I love dinner out.
I love it. Eating out and eating right isn't always easy.
Which is why I love the Weight Watchers menu from Applebee's.
It's saucy and spicy, rich.
Applebee's and Weight Watchers. It's a win-win.
And did I mention dessert?
This is love, all right. At Applebee's, eating right never tasted so good.
Tonight, John Kerry's plan to get our troops out of Iraq by May 15th. Chris puts the senator in the hot seat to get the facts. Hardball, MSNBC tonight.
This is a News Center update.
Good morning, all. I'm Lee Nelson. Coming up, big game tonight for the UMaine Black Bear hockey team, the Frozen Four. We have a preview after the forecast with Kevin.
Temperatures going up a little slower this morning. They're in the low mid-30s still. That's because sunshine has been limited to extreme southern areas. There's also a brisk northwest wind. Lots of clouds around Kennebec Valley on into eastern Maine, and you can see that there's some snow still moving from east to west into northern sections. It's now starting to slide more north to south through eastern sections. Everything will continue to slowly end and gradually move out from west to east, and we'll keep our mix of sun and clouds southern areas. Some mountain upslope snow showers continue into the evening. Temperatures 44 to 52, around 40 in the mountains, coolest over eastern Maine with the clouds. For tonight, partly cloudy, around 30. We're quickly in between storms tonight. More rain tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow night. Leftover rain or snow showers Saturday morning. Then skies brighten, and it looks like a nice stretch coming up Sunday, Monday.
Good. That's what we need. Thank you, sir, very much. Let's check some sports this half hour. The UMaine hockey team, just a few more anxious hours before they go hit the ice with Wisconsin, the Badgers in the Frozen Four in Milwaukee. The Black Bears did suit up at the Bradley Center yesterday. It's their only practice chance before tonight's game. They'll be skating in front of a very partisan Wisconsin crowd. Game time 8 p.m. It's live on ESPN2. The daffodils and the tulips may be needing a few more weeks outside before they're fully in bloom, but inside the Bangor Auditorium, spring is well underway. The Bangor Garden Show is going to be held this weekend, and as you can see, landscapers and designers have spent the last couple of days putting the finishing touches on their displays. The show officially starts tomorrow. It goes through Sunday. The enthusiasts who want to check it out can see 17 life-size gardens, and you can find all the information about ticket prices, show hours, and more on our websites. Just click on FMI. And we are back with one more update in 25 minutes.
Garden Show is a sure cure for your spring fever. The Bangor Auditorium and Civic Center are in full bloom April 7th through the 9th. Go to BangorGardenShow.com for details.
Introducing Toyota's all-new bigger RAV4. Estimated 30 mpg highway rating, star safety system, and an available 269 horsepower V6. It handles anything. See your New England Toyota dealer and get the all-new 2006 RAV4 at a great low price. Toyota, moving forward.
Coming up at noon, you may have heard the legend of the elephant graveyard, but how about the elephant retirement home? We'll take you to a small town in Oklahoma where former circus elephants live out their lives getting some pampering too. I'm Lee Nelson. That and the day's top stories on the next News Center at noon.
Matt Friedman on WLBZ News Center 2.
Yeah, that's 8-year-old preacher Terry Durham. He's praising the Lord to an eager group of parishioners. And tomorrow on Today, we're going to find out why worshipers are flocking to this mini minister. I think perhaps it's a bit of passion on his part. Listen. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, meanwhile, inside Studio 1A this Thursday morning, I'm anchoring along with Al Roker, Natalie Morales, so he's a lot of fun. And coming up in this half hour, we're going to be talking about our series Work Outside the Box. But we're going to introduce you to another fun way to stay in shape. It's called Masala Bhangra. It's an aerobic workout that combines the moves from a traditional Indian dance with the beat of a drum known as a Bhangra. It looks a lot like the Bollywood movies that I've actually started to really love watching.
Bollywood. I don't know if you saw the movie Bend It Like Beckham, the
Yes.
traditional Indian dance ceremony.
Right.
This is that dance, and I'm going to get out there in a little bit. That's why I'm all dressed down.
But look at that. It looks like it would be a great workout, and it looks like a lot of fun, too.
Yeah.
But you don't have to eat curry while you do it.
Okay.
Yes,
Yes,
come join
okay.
us. And then it's a case of mistaken identity in the new mob hit Lucky Number 11. Starring Josh Hartnett and an all-star cast, including Bruce Willis, Morgan Freeman, Ben Kingsley, Lucy Liu, and Stanley Tucci.
Good group.
That's right. Gene Chandler is going to give us his review.
Also, Wendy Diamond of Animal Fair magazine is going to show us the latest in designer fashions for dogs. We're going to see some pampered pooches, what they're wearing this season. The most fetching outfits. It's all for a good cause, though.
Okay.
I think they're going to be wearing designs by Poochie.
Actually, I don't think a Poochie.
Bottle you up and spray. Oh my goodness. Anyway, but you get one more check of the weather before all that fun that's
At least
ahead.
you should bottle me up. I don't know what you do with me afterwards. But anyway, let's take a look, show you what's going on. For today, more wet weather working its way through the Rockies. Snow in the Colorado Rockies as well. We're looking for heavy thunderstorms later today. They're already firing up in central Illinois. And today, the risk of severe weather stretches from the South Dakota all the way down into Texas. We're looking at some showers in the mid-Atlantic states, sunshine in the Northeast, nice and warm from Texas on into Florida. That's what's going on around the country. Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Good morning. Snow tape to rain, snow showers, improvements mid-late afternoon. Partly sunny skies farther south with mountain snow showers today. It remains cool and unsettled into the first half of the weekend. Yet another storm brings some rain Friday afternoon, Friday night. Then after some morning showers Saturday, the rest of the weekend on into early next week, looking more beautiful and spring-like. More later here on Today.
And that's your latest.
All right, Al, thank you so much. Well, up next, a dance workout Bollywood style. That's after these messages.
You'll find something new every day at Chico's. For store locations and a catalog with a special savings certificate, call 800-880-5145 or log on to chicos.com. Chico's is beautiful.
This Easter, the search begins.
Christopher Robin is gone.
You can help Pooh find his very best friend.
Christopher Robin. We must help him get back.
Pooh's Grand Adventure, The Search for Christopher Robin. A full-length movie on Disney DVD April 11th.
Closing store brand bags can be difficult. Closing Ziploc's new double zipper bag, that's easy. Easy to close. Just one more reason 4 out of 5 prefer Ziploc's new double zipper bag. Redesigned with you in mind. You can use a store brand bag and hope it's closed. Or use Ziploc's easy to seal double zipper bag and know it's closed. No more spills. Just one more reason 4 out of 5 prefer Ziploc's new double zipper bag. Redesigned with you in mind.
It could be allergies getting to you. But irritants can cause your symptoms too.
Astelin is seasonal allergy medicine, also approved for nasal symptoms caused by irritants like smoke and smog. These aren't.
For people 12 and over, most common side effects may include bitter taste, headache, nasal inflammation or burning, and drowsiness.
Don't let allergens or irritants do you in.
Ask your doctor about
Astelin.
When lots of stuff today. With special cans of Maxwell House, you get a chance to play your house. When lots of great tools from Stanley, your house. Black & Decker for your family. The more Maxwell House you buy, chances to stack the prizes high. Your house, $10,000 every month. Play Spruce Up Your House with Maxwell House.
This is Annie. Annie starts every day rinsing with Crest Pro Health. It helps protect her mouth against plaque and gingivitis for a full 12 hours. And no one appreciates a full day more than Annie. Now in cool wintergreen.
What did you have for dinner?
Last night I had 36 saltine peanut butter and jelly sandwiches.
I had a deep-fried onion ring loaf.
I had a block of baking chocolate.
I had wild salmon with whole wheat orzo pasta, spinach, and carrots in a savory basil sauce. It was one of those whole grain spa meals from Lean Cuisine.
Heart-healthy whole grain spa cuisine from Lean Cuisine.
What are you doing?
I'm on the web.
Doing what?
Searching for a pot pie recipe on Ask. They have tools like these binoculars. You can see the websites before you go there. And it saves time.
Oh, that's nifty.
You know, if you think about it, without tools, we'd just be... well, you know.
Animals in pants?
Yeah.
I'm hungry.
Use tools. Feel human. Search better on Ask.
Today's Work Outside the Box is brought to you by Propel Fitness Water. It's how Gatorade does water.
This morning on Work Outside the Box, our series about new ways to stay in shape, feeling the heat Indian style. If you're struggling to get in shape or maybe to stay in shape, you might want to try a class where East meets West. It combines an intense aerobic workout with Indian dance moves. It's called Masala Bhangra. If you go to a modern Indian wedding, this is the kind of dancing you're likely to see.
Pretend you're gonna be on my wedding. Let's go.
That's what Serena Jain tells her students to get them moving to the high-energy beat of Masala Bhangra. Masala means spicy, and Bhangra is a traditional dance of celebration from the Indian state of Punjab. Bhangra's influence can also be seen in Bollywood movies.
I love the fact that I'm from India. I love the fact that I'm introducing my culture to people.
Jain took Bhangra's spontaneous vigor and vitality and created the Masala Bhangra workout.
Let's go. 1, 2.
It's not hard at all. It's totally fun. You just let your body do what it wants to do. I love the music and that it's a cultural experience as well as a fitness experience.
The sensuous dancing to the Indian beat gets the heart rate pumping for a vigorous cardiovascular and muscle strengthening workout.
I love the class. I've dropped over 20 pounds doing it.
I feel like I'm prepared to go to an Indian wedding now.
And the founder and creator of the Masala Bhangra workout, Serena Jain, is here along with some of her dancers and musicians to show us some of your moves. We're so excited. This is so fun, right? Look, we're going to have everybody. There's going to be participation out here on the plaza.
Awesome. I hope they're ready to work out.
This is an infectious workout. I mean, you hear that music, you can't help but get excited about it, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. Masala Bhangra is a full-body, high-energy Indian folk dance workout. It's the beat of the music, the beat of the dhol drum that is so infectious. You cannot help but move. Even if you don't know what to do, you know, move your shoulders up and
We're
down.
going to do all of that
yeah,
in a minute.
As if you're saying you don't know what you're doing.
Do it.
Absolutely.
You're being called the Indian Jane Fonda. That's pretty cool. Do you like that?
I think it's awesome. I produce fitness videos as well. I have 5 out right now. And I think the fact that people see me like her, she's a huge fitness icon. I love what I created.
We all grew up with working outdoor tapes, right?
Absolutely. I love what I've created. I love what I've done. So if I can help everyone stay in shape, awesome.
Well, let's help our crowd here on the plaza.
Let's do it.
And me as well. Yeah. Show us some of the basic moves, okay? So what is the first kind of thing we need to know about?
All right, Natalie, you got to hear the beat of the music. Okay, shoulders up and down as if you're saying, I don't know what's going on.
Which is
shoulders. You have 5, 6, arms up. Let's go, arms up. Turn the light bulbs right here.
Come on,
Turn the light bulbs.
No slacking
Come on,
this
guys,
morning.
hands up, hands up. Turn the light bulbs. Turn the light bulbs. 5, 6, facing right here. Heels, heels, shoulders down. There you go, down. All right, I'm gonna add on 4 more. You got 3 more. You got 5, 6, slide over. Right leg, right hand comes up. Left side, go. Right hand, go. Shoulders down, down. 5, 6, my favorite toe. 1, 2, 3, 4. Arms up, arms up. Shoulders down, hit it down, down.
I like
arms
this.
up. 5, 6, bale, bale. Arms up. Woo. Last time, you got 4, 3. Arms up, you got 5, 6. One of my favorite. 1, 2. Shoulders down. There you go, shoulders down, down. Woo. Shoulders down, down. Do it again. Lean back, fall back. Go back, lean back, fall back. Basic right here.
You guys keep dancing. You look like you know what you're doing.
Here we go. Let's go.
Come on. Over here, let's go.
Go.
Work it a little.
Up.
Let's go, work it a little. Come on.
You got 5, 6, basic, hold it. 5, 6, hold beat, hit it. Woo. Arms up. Hit it, hit it, hit it. Arms up, you got 5, 6. Bale, bale. I said, here you go.
Come on, over here.
5, 6,
Let's go. Work it a little. Come on. Gotta really work those arms. Keep going.
3. Turn around. Face it. Ready, Natalie?
Serena, Jane, all the dancers and musicians this morning, thank you for getting our crowd
Thank you.
moving. It's a great workout. You have tapes out as well, so if you want to find more, be sure you look for that.
5, 6.
Next up, coming up, working outside the box, Knockout 101. That'll be on tomorrow, a boxing workout for women. And also coming up next, our own Knockout Gene Shalit will review lucky number 7 right after these messages.
4. Right, go.
Recently, I got a free brake inspection at my GM dealership. Turns out the place where I originally had the work done had put my brake pad on improperly. Mr. Goodwrench found a little thing that saved me from a big problem. Thanks, Mr. Goodwrench.
That's why we're here. GM Goodwrench, because who knows what's down the road.
When something really fits, you can feel it. Like the gasket effect you get with C-Bond. It locks dentures in for all-over coverage, all-over hold. No mess, no ooze.
When your dentures really fit, you can feel it.
C-Bond, the wafer with a gasket fit.
With Preference by L'Oreal, you can feel glamorous for up to 8 weeks. Its new fade-defying system means your color won't fade out. And with more conditioner, your hair won't dry out. New fade-defying Preference by L'Oreal Paris.
Know that glow and brand new feeling you get from a spa body treatment? Now you can get it at home. Neutrogena Advanced Solutions Body Microdermabrasion System. I used it all over. I used it on my feet, on my elbows, everywhere. In a clinical test, 85% of women showed improvement in the look of sun damage and 100% in their roughest, driest spots, like that rough, callous skin you can get on your feet. Consider it gone. I saw a difference immediately. New Advanced Solutions Body Microdermabrasion System. Neutrogena.
For back pain
or sore knees,
you need more than support.
You need support and pain relief.
Icy Hot Pro Therapy puts support and pain relief together. Neoprene support braces hold cold inserts to reduce inflammation or hot inserts to relax away stiffness for up to 8 hours. Icy Hot Pro Therapy. Support braces that hold cold or hot inserts for lasting relief of back and knee pain.
Got no time for pain?
Team up with Icy Hot Pro Therapy. Count on it.
Why go out for great Italian?
Bertoni!
When there's Bertolli frozen dinners. Savor plum shrimp, scampi, and linguine al dente. Now you don't have to be an Italian chef to be an Italian chef. Bertolli frozen dinners.
If you want all the nutrition of a bowl of instant oatmeal to go, you want Quaker oatmeal to go.
We've come to the Caribbean in search of something this family rarely sees. I've heard rumors it still exists, but I don't know. We've tried everything to coax it out into the open. Wait, there it is. She's actually smiling. And then it's gone in a flash.
Don't just take your family on a vacation. Take them on an adventure. Find out how at RoyalCaribbean.com and get out there.
Today's Critics Corner is brought to you by Royal Caribbean. Create your own adventure at RoyalCaribbean.com.
A quirky new movie opens in theaters all over the country tomorrow. It's called Lucky Number 11, and our Gene Shalit says it hits the jackpot.
Good morning and welcome to the Critics Corner. Lucky Number 11 is not only a whodunit, it's a why, when, and how done it.
You think?
With a cast of headliners, Morgan Freeman, Ben Kingsley, Sir Ben Kingsley, if you please, Bruce Willis, Josh Hartnett, Stanley Tucci, and Lucy Liu.
Hey.
Hey.
I was just thinking that if you're still alive when I get back from work tonight, maybe, I don't know, we could go to dinner or something?
The story's early setup, enticing and purposely perplexing, soon fast breaks into full throttle with Hartnett at its core.
I'm not the guy you're looking for. I don't live here.
Yeah, well, you look like the guy that lives here.
Then you don't know what the guy that lives here looks like.
What he means to say is you look like you live here.
Yeah, that's what I mean to say.
He's a victim of mistaken identity, and he's thrust into the sanctum sanctorums of rival criminal masterminds.
You must be Mr. Fisher.
Must I? Because that hasn't been working out for me lately.
The rabbi, a Silky Kingsley.
Why do they call him the rabbi?
Because he's a rabbi.
And the boss, the unflappable Freeman.
You were going to tell me something?
They picked up the wrong guy.
Wrong guy for what?
Whatever it is you want to see me about.
Do you know what I want to see you about?
No.
Then how do you know I have the wrong guy?
Evilly entwined are Willis, a killer who gives a fast shuffle to his prey.
My friendship is for sale.
And Tucci the cop, who prays he can crack this involuted maze.
When I figure out what there is to figure out, I'm not going to be so nice to you.
The ingenious wordwriter, Jason Smilovic, has written a confounding puzzle while hiding essential pieces up his sleeve. Then, unexpectedly, catching us off guard, he shakes out the revelations, shock by shock.
That's nothing, Fisher. I know.
Under Paul McGuigan's bang-up direction, Lucky Number 11 is a doozy.
Kind of like a rabbi who'd rather be a gangster. I mean, what is that? Some sort of grass is always greener on the other side of the fence thing?
A mystery thriller riddled with pleasures.
I live on both sides of the fence. My grass is always green. Where's my money?
And that's the Critics Corner for this morning.
Up next, Canine Couture. But first, this is Today on NBC.
It's the largest and most comprehensive university in Maine.
It's ranked in the top 4% of all research universities in the country.
It's ranked as one of America's best universities.
It has one of the oldest honors programs in the country.
It's the University of Maine, and it's more than our state's A+ university.
UMaine is a statewide economic force, generating more than $600 million in annual economic activity.
For every dollar that Maine invests in research, UMaine attracts $5 more in outside funding.
UMaine provides expertise and support for Maine small businesses.
More than 3/4 of Maine students who earn their degree from UMaine stay in Maine for their first job.
The University of Maine makes a difference in every county and community in Maine through student and alumni connections and university programs.
With more ongoing research that makes a difference in our lives, with a higher academic reputation than ever before, with economic activity that creates jobs and has a statewide impact, we are proud to say, at the University of Maine, you're in a great place.
Tony's with Tori Spelling, the Beverly Hills billionaire heiress.
From 90210 to my studio.
She's putting the Tori in So Notorious, her new comedy series. And she puts the spelling in Tony's Spelling Bee.
It's like I'm back in the 4th grade.
Plus, Primetime's newest hunk, Ensign Mount, from the new hit drama Conviction. And Tony takes on another school makeover project. One Brooklyn school's getting a king-size surprise.
It's a makeover that's first class.
It's all on the next Tony.
Weekdays at 10 on WLBZ2.
Here's what's happening on the WLBZ2 Community Calendar.
On today's Pets Pause for Style. New York City is known as one of the fashion capitals of the world, and the fashionistas were on hand this week with some special friends as they took to the runway. It was the 7th annual Pause for Style Celebrity Pet Fashion Show. And Wendy Diamond of Animal Fair magazine is here to tell us about it and to show us a few of the fashions. Wendy, good morning to you.
Good morning.
So what is Pause for Style? It's a great event, but it's a great way to raise money.
Right. Pause for Style was created 7 years ago to raise awareness for animal rescue. So sometimes with these outfits that you're going to see today are a little outrageous, right? But really fashion has really gone to the dogs because now like Target and a lot of retailers such as Gucci and everyone have dog lines. So this event has really unique outfits and a lot of standards too for the dogs.
Now designers are contributing some of their fashions and this goes to what charity? The money that's
well
raised
today
for
the dogs that are coming down here, down the runway.
Our little doggy runway.
Our little catwalk. These are all from the Humane Society of New York and they're all up for adoption. So they're adorable in these outfits. And then the Pause for Style is for the Animal Medical Center. Okay. And we're doing another one on April 10th in Los Angeles.
Great. Okay, well let's get our dogs out here already. First up we have a Chihuahua Toy Fox Terrier, and this is Frankie. Now tell us what Frankie is wearing.
Now Frankie is wearing Alice and Olivia. And I mean, look at this striped jacket.
Such a cute
I mean, these are coats that people would want to wear, right? And also, keep in mind,
it matches him actually. It's perfect.
It's adorable. Well, keep in mind also, some of these are actually useful. I mean, small dogs, especially in New York and colder states, they actually need coats because their hair isn't as strong, so that they need these to keep them warm.
Oh,
so this dog is adorable, and you know, as you see, it's the way that it's designed on the bottom. It doesn't affect the dog. It's not irritating to the dog.
And Lowell is walking him. Lowell's from the Humane Society of New York. Thanks so much, Lowell.
Thank
He's adorable. Thank you. Next, we have our little ballerina.
Okay, how adorable.
Sandy.
Now, this is Nicole Miller, and this actually Bianca, Howard Stern's dog, and Beth Ostrowski's dog walked this down the runway in New York. Oh, cool. And look at it. This is a tutu. Now, how many dogs have tutus?
Very cute.
Now, this is a one-of-a-kind tutu that was made by Nicole Miller.
I don't know if I'd want to be walking my dog in Central Park wearing a tutu like that. Again, but get a couple stairs.
You know, but this event, again, raises awareness for animal welfare issues. So it's kind of a fun way for people to be able to donate money, but also, you know, have fun. Look how adorable.
And Renee is walking Sandy. Thank you, Renee.
Thank you.
Cute little beagle.
I know, it's
not
adorable.
Renee, the dog.
Renee's cute too.
Renee's cute too. Next we have Angela walking this German Shepherd.
Now this is Joseph Abboud. Right. And look at this outfit. I mean, this is adorable. Again, they're matching
like a doggy butler.
Yeah. Now this would be for like if the dog's going out for an elegant evening, you know, to dinner. You know, at the dog park or something.
Right. And okay, thank you. Now let's bring out Dickens, who is wearing a coat.
Oh my God, how
made for a rainy day. And look how
now again, you know, who wants to get their hair wet, right?
Right.
Now this little dog has a dog. Oh, look at it's Adam plus Eve, and that's a little raincoat.
I mean, do the dogs really like wearing clothes?
You know what? I have to say, you know, some do, some don't. Like Lucky is wearing Rockin' Republic.
This is adorable.
And first of all, I want her clothes.
Right.
My dog has better clothes than me.
Great.
So this is Adam plus Eve. It's a little raincoat. We all know Burberry has a line of raincoats.
We're running out of time, but I want to bring out the last dog, and this is Tabitha Jane. Has two names, and this is really adorable.
How adorable is this jacket? This is Vivian Tam, and look at like the detail on this, and the buttons and the thread. Look at this outfit.
So
Vivian
Tam,
so
look
stylish.
at this. Bring all the dogs out
Lord.
one more time. Wendy Diamond, thank you. And
so
again,
much.
for a great cause. Be sure to check out our website for more information.
Have a great day, everybody.
Take care. Bye.
This is Today, watched by more viewers than any other morning news program ever.
I'm Brian Williams. We know kids need to be taken care of, but more than 1 million American children are the ones caring for someone else, a sick or disabled relative. How high a toll does this take on their childhood or their schoolwork? The first ever study is out. The results are alarming on the next NBC Nightly News.
Everyone talks about how long their truck will last. When we build a truck, we think way down the road. Toyota Tundra has been factory tested to survive years of abuse. That's why day in, day out, through the worst of the elements and all the rigors of time, nothing stops a Tundra. Toyota, moving forward. Toyota Tundra, best-in-class residual value 5 years running.
Next Inside Edition, Katie's Choice, the inside story of her decision to leave today. Then, how any mom can look like this.
If you want to have a rock-hard body and look better than the high school girls down the block.
From 190 pounds to this. And wait till you hear how. Plus, the transformation of the American Idols.
She went from just an everyday all-American girl into this beautiful young woman.
Idol by idol, see how they've changed. Next Inside Edition. Weeknights at 7.
It takes a hand to mop a floor, to prepare a meal, to serve a meal. Many hands make light work.
And it's the many hands of volunteers at the Bangor Area Homeless Shelter that keep the shelter going every day.
Whether it's giving your time or money, the shelter always needs many hands. Contact the Bangor Area Homeless Shelter today and warm 2 hearts for the price of 1.
Many Hands is sponsored by Camden National Bank. Roots you can bank on.
This is a News Center update.
Good morning, all. I'm Lee Nelson. Coming up, a court date for the head of sports at Bangor High School. Tell you what it's all about, but first, a final look this morning, anyway, at the weather with Kevin Mannix.
Hi, Lee, and good morning, everyone. 33 in Bangor, 35 Augusta, 36 in Portland. Sun is out in Portland, but clouds are gathering off to the north and west. Already pretty cloudy. Lewiston, Auburn, and Augusta again in the mid-coast. And eastern Maine still dealing with thick clouds and a little bit of precipitation. It's scattered rain and snow showers now, and they will continue to pivot around that low as it pulls away. So it'll be getting out of here during the afternoon. Snow and rain showers ending down east. Continued mix of sun and clouds south, and snow showers for the mountains into the evening. Temperatures 44 to 52, warmest in the sunnier south. Tonight, we're down around 30 degrees. We average partly cloudy as we're in between storm systems, the one departing today, replaced by another one moving through the middle part of the country now. That'll bring more rain and showers to us, but by the second half of the weekend and on into next week, big improvements in our weather coming up. We're going to be more seasonably milder and bright and sunny. We dry out a little bit again, so.
Good. More seasonable and more reasonable.
Yes,
Thank you,
as I like to say. Thank you very much.
Let's check the news now. Bangor High School's athletic director was scheduled to be in court this morning to face charges he assaulted a student, but we have just learned that this court appearance for Steve Venetestein has been postponed. He is accused, however, of assaulting Dave Brookings Jr. after a basketball game back in February. Brookings says he tried to run onto the court after a game to celebrate, and Venetestein grabbed him in the throat and punched him. Venetestein has already served a 3-week suspension from his job and is currently serving a 1-year probation. He has run Bangor's athletic department for 22 years. Again, that court appearance this morning, though, has been postponed. Lewiston police are on the lookout for a man who they say held up the Bank of America on Sabata Street yesterday. There's a picture from the surveillance camera. In fact, that camera captured several pretty clear pictures of the man. They say he threatened the teller with a gun, got some money, left through a back door, ran through several backyards around the Bellegarde Avenue area. He is described as white, about 35 years of age, with facial stubble, and may also have been wearing a wig under that knit cap. Boston Celtics lose to the Washington Wizards. Big game tonight, UMaine, Wisconsin. Go Black Bears. See you later. Used to be just a childhood playground game, but not anymore. Tomorrow morning, we take you to the World Championships of Rock, Paper, Scissors.
It's a great Friday on NBC as Tim McGraw rocks the house with special guest Faith Hill. Next on Las Vegas, just when Danny and Delinda are getting together, her college sweetheart shows up. Now, who will she choose?
Here he comes.
Then on Conviction, an attempted murder, but the only witness can't say a word.
I need to know the truth.
Tim McGraw, Las Vegas and Conviction. It's an all-new Friday on NBC.
Here's an Alive and Well kids health tip.
Kids who are physically fit sleep well, are in a better mood, and are less likely to be overweight. Keep your kids active for a happier, healthier life.
Alive and Well is brought to you by Hannaford Supermarkets.
Washing hands is the best way to keep your kids healthy. Everything that you touch has germs, and it all ends up in our kids' mouths. Keep washing and teach your kids to do the same.
Alive and Well is brought to you by Hannaford Supermarkets. You're watching WLBZ2 Bangor.
Guess what? It's Mary Lou Henner's birthday today, and in honor of that, Mary Lou, I'm throwing myself a little party, see? I got a birthday cake. Let me blow out your candles and make a wish. I made a wish. Oh, but wait, I can't eat birthday cake because that has dairy in it, and that, according to Mary Lou, is mucus. Okay, so I'll have ice cream. I know what ice cream's got mucus in it, and cheesecake Cheesecake's got a lot of mucus, so now listen, happy birthday, Mayor. I'm Tony Danza. I'm about to be full of mucus, and I'm live in New York City.
It's the Tony Danza Show. On today's show, actress Tori Spelling introduces us to her new series and her new fiancé. Tony surprises some hard-working students with a special schoolroom makeover. And from the new drama Conviction, actor Anson Mount. Now, here's your host, Tony Danza.
Good morning. Hello, thank you. Hey, what do you say? You. Hello, everybody. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Welcome to the show. Thank you so much for joining me. Happy Thursday. That's a new thing now. It's Happy Thursday. It's true, you know, it's Mary Lou's birthday, and she hates mucus. And I just love saying mucus. She does, you know, everything's mucus. Cheese, forget it. She sees you with a piece of cheese, she goes out of her mind. She looks good, though. You know, you can't knock success. That's all I say. Hey, do you believe yesterday we had a spring snowstorm in New York? It was the weirdest thing. Show a little bit of that. Look at this. That happened yesterday. Now, what's funny about it is across the street, we have all these trees that are all flowered. And going by all these flowers trees, this blizzard yesterday. It was bizarre. New York, you know, if you don't like the weather, wait 10 minutes. It's going to be better. Weird. You know, we've been partnering up with Samsung to do our. They're helping us with our schoolroom makeovers, and we have one today. We have from the Brooklyn Charter School in Bed-Stuy, so we're going to show that later on. But I got a little bit of the event yesterday. We had an event yesterday for their Hope for Education, which I am the spokesman for their Hope for Education. It's like a big combination of them and Microsoft to